Chapter 1837. Early in the morning, the royal guard sent someone to Locke's weapon shop and woke up Julien, who was still asleep, hoping that he could go to the guard division to identify the body. Julien went over and quickly recognized that the deceased was indeed her father, Max. The time of death was late last night. The culprits were 3 undocumented people living under a bridge in the West District. They were caught on the spot by the guard division. Julien sat down, but could not hide the grief in his heart. I heard that it may be because of murder and robbery, but it's still in the interrogation stage. How could this be? Although father is usually not serious, he's not a bad person. He also often goes to Maple Leaf Tavern to support those women who have lost their way. Julien mentioned that he was an orphan without parents and was raised by Max since he was young. There was no need to say much about the relationship between the two. No matter how sad Julien looked at this time, there was nothing strange about it. "Why did you come specially to tell me this?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. "You should have just come out of the Royal Guard division, but you came here immediately to find me. Is there a reason? Just to tell me that Mr. Max was killed?" Julien opened his mouth and stuttered for a while before he sighed and said with an ashamed face, "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. Your sword may have been lost." "I'm sorry." Luaccio did not fluctuate much. After calmly pouring a glass of water for Julien, he said slowly, "Can you be more specific?" Julien had no choice but to continue. "Actually, after you guys left yesterday, Dad couldn't find you. At that time, I felt that it was a little strange because not only did Dad not see you, the sword you left in the weapon shop for maintenance also disappeared. I guess that Dad must have taken it away, but I don't understand why he would do that. Then the news of Father's death was confirmed this morning, but I asked the guard division people, and they said that they did not find a similar sword at the scene. That means the whereabouts of your sword, Mr. Luo, is temporarily unknown." With that, Julien suddenly knelt on the floor and said with shame, "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. You trusted me so much. But we lost your important weapon. I'm sorry." Boss Luo looked at Julien and suddenly asked, "Which do you think is more serious? Losing my weapon or Mr. Max's death?" Julien couldn't help but be startled. It's father." Luaccio said softly, "Since Mr. Max's murder is more serious, I think what you need to do now is not to apologize to me, but to find the truth, right? But I really don't know what to do right now." Julien shook his head. "I have no clue right now. As long as something has been done, there will be traces left behind." Boss Luo gestured for Julien to sit up and slowly said, "Perhaps there are some traces that only you can discover, because to Mr. Max, perhaps you are the person in the world who knows him the best." "Me." Julien opened his mouth. But when Father died, I wasn't at the scene. Then go to the scene and take a look." But at this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded. It came from outside the door. At the same time, the door opened automatically. Then he saw a young man wearing the uniform of the Royal City Guards Division outside the door. He was holding a sword and leaning against the wall of the corridor. His gaze was like a knife looking straight at them. "You are—" Julien was startled. He didn't recognize the Royal City Guards who suddenly appeared outside the door. At this time, the young man walked directly into the room and said indifferently, "My name is Peace Between Man and Nature, the second chief of the Royal City Guards Division. The murder that happened last night was handled by me." But why are you here?" Julien asked subconsciously. The young man, Peace Between Man and Nature, looked at Boss Luo casually, then stared at Julien and said, "Since you left the Guards Division, I have been following you, until you came to this hotel and met the people here. You followed me. You followed." Julien suddenly frowned and said with slight anger, "Even if you are from the Guards Division, can you just casually ask about other people's privacy?" Peace Between Man and Nature said indifferently, "Last night's murder, although I caught 3 suspects on the spot, They insisted that they were innocent after being interrogated for an entire night. Of course, I caught them with my own hands, and the evidence was conclusive, so I couldn't just let them go because they cried injustice for an entire night. Until you came this morning, I found some suspicious points. Me. Ji Lian opened his mouth in surprise. Peace between man and nature, said. Although you were very nervous about Max's murder, you were also nervous when you mentioned a sword. I was a little concerned at that time, and then you left the guards division and came here. Ji Lian could only say, the sword was given to us by Mr. Luo yesterday for maintenance. Now that the sword is lost, shouldn't I be nervous? Losing a customer's weapon is a huge blow to the reputation of the shop. If word gets out, how can Locke's armory establish itself in the royal city in the future? Peace between man and nature sneered. As far as I know, this shop has never had a good reputation. If it is not delaying customers' time, it is often arguing with customers. It doesn't seem to have any reputation. As for establishing itself, now that the only qualified blacksmith in the kingdom, Max, has been killed, and according to our investigation, you are just an apprentice, not qualified to open a shop. In other words, this shop from now on can no longer operate. You. Ji Lian gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up, but soon sat down dejectedly, looking like he had lost his soul. Peace between man and nature looked at him and suddenly said, although the shop can no longer operate, finding out the truth for the dead is something you can still do as long as you are alive. Since you are Max's adopted son, and the person who knows him best is you, I think you have an obligation to do this. Ji Lian looked up at him. Peace between man and nature took out an item. It was wrapped in a handkerchief. After opening it, there was a small piece of metal inside. What is this? Ji Lian asked, puzzled. This was found in Max's palm when we were examining the body. Peace between man and nature said indifferently. His fist was holding this item tightly. It should be from an accessory or something like that. If we go further, it might be something that Max took from the murder when he was fighting with him. The 3 people you arrested on the spot? I've checked. They didn't have anything like that on them. Peace between man and nature thought for a while and said, even so, it doesn't prove that they are not suspicious. So, I hope you can come with me to the scene to see if there are any new clues. Also, this gentleman can come with us. Peace between man and nature looked at Luocio and said indifferently, I've heard. Since your weapon was lost in Max's hands, and the weapon was lost after the crime, you can't be separated from this murder case for the time being. Of course, I'm not suspecting you. I just don't want to let go of any clues and wrongly accuse any innocent people. It was this familiar smell. Boss Luo had been listening from the side. From the moment peace between man and nature came in, he had been looking at the second in command of the King's City Guards Division. This was the feeling he got. Before becoming a boss, Luocio grew up in a family like this. His father was a police officer, and his uncles and aunts were all professionals in this profession. It was very familiar from the second in command of the Guards Division. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll be happy to. Boss Luo smiled. My name is Luo. Luo. Peace between man and nature nodded. Okay, I'll remember. Let's go now. I've already ordered people to seal off the crime scene last night. But we need to move quickly because the astrology department predicted a heavy rain later. The sky outside was already a little gloomy. Dr. Gores was staring at the lock of the cell in a daze, frowning from time to time. It was really miserable. His hands were shackled with special shackles at this time, and his power as a professional was all sealed. The only comfort at this time was that he, Tina, and Sneeve were all locked up in the same place. Finally, they could share the burden together. How can the guy called Peace Between Man and Nature be so powerful? Dr. Gores suddenly quivered at this time and said incredulously, in all the novels, movies, and even games, the characters such as policemen are King trash. Miss Maid pondered. Maybe it's because the novels you've read, wait, they're not the protagonists of the police. That's not scientific. Dr. Gores snorted twice. We can't just wait for death. What we're facing now may be murder. They were now locked in the cell. If they were convicted in the end, it seemed that if they were not sentenced to death, they would be imprisoned for a long time. In the world of the chessboard game, anything could happen, but if they were sentenced to death or imprisoned for a long time as servants, it would be too tragic. But we can't do anything now. Tina shook her head and said, Our power is sealed. Does the King's City's garrison division have such means? We didn't know that before. We have to find a way to inform the outside. Dr. Gores said seriously, Don't count on Sneeve, his master is just a dog. Now we can only count on Tiff and Nelson. Why did Nelson take so long to cook a meal? Hasn't Tiff woken up yet? Miss Meade shook her head. Right at this moment, a prisoner was dragged past their cell door, leaving behind a long trail of blood. This prisoner's legs had actually been amputated. The guard who dragged the prisoner glared at Gores and the other two in the cell and said fiercely, See, this is the consequence of not telling the truth. If you don't tell the truth, you'll be next. Dr. Girls gulped subconsciously. Don't panic when you encounter a problem. Nelson, you bastard, come back. Trash. The guard snorted coldly and continued to drag the unconscious prisoner away. It was a cloudy day on the way to the crime scene. Because they were in the car called by Peace Between Man and Nature. The car had the badge of the King's City's garrison division, so there was no obstruction along the way. Boss Luo asked curiously, since the 3 murders were caught on the spot by Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature, why are you suspicious of this matter? Is it because you found an unknown metal fragment in Mr. Max's palm? Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature glanced at him indifferently. The garrison division shouldn't talk about the details of the case to outsiders. But for some reason he just wanted to say, maybe it was because he found the other party pleasing to the eye. According to the confessions of the 3 suspects that I caught last night, they saw Max's body being thrown off the bridge. So they went up to investigate out of curiosity. As for the act of taking out the weapon from the body, although it was a bit rash, it didn't mean that similar things didn't happen before. In fact, when I was patrolling, I only saw them taking out the weapon, but I didn't really kill anyone. So if we can't find evidence to prove that they did it, we can't convict them. So you actually came out to find evidence to convict the 3 suspects. Julien looked at the second chief of the garrison division strangely. If he was the second chief, his position should be quite high, right? Since when did the garrison division of the King's City take things so seriously? What he heard were more stories of torture. There's a more important point. Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature suddenly said, The 3 suspects that I caught were too weak. They probably didn't have the qualifications to kill Max. Ji Lien couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature said indifferently, Don't you know? Max had already reached the top of the adventurers on the continent 20 years ago because of his amazing hammer battle skills. He was once named the Explosive Hammer King, a figure on the same level as the few sword saints. How could such a strong person be killed by a few petty thieves? Those 3 trash couldn't even take 1 hit from me. The Max you're talking about, is it really the same person as my old man Max? Ji Lien couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature said, At first, I didn't believe it either, but when I checked Max's body, I found the Saint Mark on his body. Only a strong person who stepped into the Holy Realm can have the Saint Mark. Later, I tracked down the files of the Adventurers Union and confirmed that Max was the Explosive Hammer King. Ji Lien was completely in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He subconsciously said, What about the mark? Could it be that you saw wrongly? Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature said indifferently, No, I've seen the Saint Mark before, so I can't be wrong. Ji Lien still wanted to struggle. He felt that it was hard to match his old man with the all-powerful figure 20 years ago. Maybe what you saw before was also wrong. Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature snorted. My teacher is one of the sword saints, and what I saw was his Saint Mark. Do you have any more questions? Ji Lian opened his mouth. Okay. Anyway, the 3 suspects last night were trash. They couldn't even beat you, and your teacher is one of the sword saints, and my old man is also a figure on the same level as the sword saints. Those 3 trash couldn't even beat them. So the chances of them being the murderers are very small, right? Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature didn't care. He just pulled up the curtain and looked outside. We're here, let's get out of the car. Chapter 1838. On the bridge. In fact, ever since the identity of the deceased Max was confirmed, Peace Between Man and Nature's suspicion towards the 3 nobodies they caught last night had been largely eliminated. Naturally, the more suspicious targets would start from the people around Max. He had been observing Ji Lian's every move along the way. This is the place where Pops was killed last night. Take a look and see if you can find anything special. Peace Between Man and Nature said casually. Then she leaned on the railing and seemed to be casually looking at the pedestrians on both sides of the bridge. Ji Lian subconsciously looked at Boss Luo, who came along the same way. After receiving a somewhat encouraging gaze, she took a deep breath and began to seriously observe every inch of the bridge. Who are you? Peace Between Man and Nature suddenly looked at Boss Luo and White Clocarrea and asked, looking at you, you don't look like residents of the royal capital. We just came to the royal capital not too long ago. It was only a day or 2 ago. Boss Luo answered truthfully. Peace Between Man and Nature tilted her head and asked, do you have a pass or something like that on you? Please let me take a look at your identification documents. Of course, Boss Luo did not have such a thing on him. Along the way, they had not been able to obtain such a thing from killing monsters. You don't have anything to prove your identity? Peace Between Man and Nature narrowed her eyes. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I think I lost it. On the way here it was stolen? Do I look like I'm easy to fool? Peace Between Man and Nature suddenly blinked and asked curiously. Boss Luo could only smile and said, actually, I don't have those things you're talking about. Sir, are you planning to take us siblings back to the garrison for interrogation? Peace Between Man and Nature shrugged and said, why would I take you back? Because of the competition in the capital. All sorts of people were flocking to the capital, and among them were many potential criminals. Over the past few days, the guards' prison has long been overcrowded. Even if I take you back, there won't even be a place for you to squat. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Just follow me while I'm working on the case. I heard that you lost a weapon from Max, right? What kind of weapon is it? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, it's a sword called Great Holy Light Sword. It seems to have another name, Aurora's Aster. Peace Between Man and Nature nodded, and then her eyes widened. What did you say? Aurora's Aster. Holy Sword Aurora's Aster, one of the 3 godly weapons in the world. I think so. Boss Luo nodded. The Minister of Peace Between Man and Nature opened his mouth. After a moment of silence, he asked seriously, do I look like I'm that easy to fool? Mr. Peace Between Man and Nature, you don't believe me? I believe you. The Minister of Peace Between Man and Nature shook his head. Aurora's Aster, I believe you. There are many holy swords in the guards. Why wouldn't I believe you? There are many holy swords. Boss Luo was slightly surprised. The Minister of Peace Between Man and Nature shrugged and said, not only is there a basket full of holy swords, there is also a cart full of the other 2 godly weapons. It's not something strange. During this period of time, the weapons dealers in the capital are selling all kinds of godly weapons. They are specifically used to scam people like you who are rich but have no experience in the martial arts world. Every day you dream of going out, you can find a godly weapon at a roadside stall, and you can find a peerless secret book by jumping off a cliff. See, at the 3rd stall under the bridge, aren't they selling holy swords? That holy sword of yours, you must have spent a lot of money to buy it, right? Boss Luo looked at the stall that the Minister of Peace Between Man and Nature pointed at. He shook his head and said, "That's right, if it's really the legendary holy sword, it shouldn't be as easy as it was for me to get it." The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature thought that Roland was avoiding the topic because he didn't want to talk about how much money he was scammed. He didn't have the intention to be sarcastic, so he said calmly, "A truly strong person is strong in the heart, not relying on godly weapons." He wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but Julien had already trotted back. "Did you find anything?" The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature changed the topic and asked directly. Julien shook her head and said, "Nothing special." "I see." The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature nodded and said regretfully, "It seems that the only clue left is the metal fragment hidden in Max's hand." At this time, Julien suddenly said, "Celestial Lord Mu, can you let me see the weapon that killed my father?" "What do you want to do?" Julien said, "I want to see if there are any special markings on the weapon. When a craftsman makes a weapon, he will leave his own unique markings. Maybe we can start from there? We are in this line of work, so we can tell at a glance." "I've already checked." The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature said directly, "Since we didn't find anything here, then let's go to the next place, which is the shop that sold this dagger." "Then let's not waste any time." Julien said anxiously. Boss Luo said at this time, "Can you wait for me for a while? I'll be right there." The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature looked at Boss Luo in surprise. Not only did he want to do something, but he saw Boss Luo walking straight to the third stall under the bridge. The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature couldn't help but frown. Did this guy buy his holy sword from the stall? Revenge? He wasn't seeking revenge. When the Minister of Peace between Man and Nature and Julien followed, they saw Boss Luo holding a long sword inlaid with many gems and looking at it. The stall owner was sparing no effort to promote this sword as a good weapon that could cut iron like mud. "Mr. Luo, are you going to buy this sword?" Ji Lien asked tentatively. Luocho nodded and said, "Yes, I don't have any weapon at the moment, so I'm going to buy one for self-defense. Is there a problem?" "No problem. But Ji Lien ran a weapon shop himself. How could he not know what kind of weapon this stall was selling? He directly pulled the Boss Luo and said quickly, "Mr. Luo, if you want a weapon for self-defense, there are still some sharp ones in my weapon shop. It's our fault to lose your sword. You don't need to buy it here. I'll go back and get you some good ones for you to choose. Of course, this is not a compensation." "No, this one is good." Boss Luo smiled casually, wearing the sword in the stall. "It's about the same length as my previous one. I'll take this one." Looking at Mr. Luo's face, it seemed that the words "stupid," "rich," "come quickly" were written on his face. Julien opened his mouth, but in the end he gave up persuading him. The stall owner's eyes were about to kill him. It was the kind of sad eyes that said, "Why bother to make things difficult for a fellow peer?" At this time, Peace between Man and Nature only felt that this adventure from the outside was a little strange. There was someone in the world who was willing to buy a fake. He shook his head and said indifferently, "I've bought the weapon, it's time to go." After Boss Luo paid the money, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Mr. Peace between Man and Nature, about the murder last night, did you ask the surrounding residents about anything suspicious?" "I did ask some, but I didn't ask all of them." Peace between Man and Nature shook his head and said, "We are seriously understaffed. However, from the statements that we have asked, we haven't found anything for the time being. Our people from the Guards Division will continue to follow up on this side." Boss Luo nodded and immediately looked at the stall owner. "Boss, I want to ask you something. Did anything special happen last night?" "You mean about the murder?" The stall owner counted the money he had earned, and his attitude couldn't be better. "In the morning, someone from the Guards Division came to ask me, but I really don't know anything. I was tired last night and went to bed early. Basically, I didn't wake up, let alone see the murder process or suspicious people. I'm sorry, customer, I can't help you." "It's okay, I'm just asking." Boss Luo smiled casually. It's just that I saw that you don't seem to be very energetic, so I thought you must have gone to bed very late last night. The stall owner said, I went to bed very early, but I didn't sleep well the whole night. In the middle of the night, De Huang at home was very noisy and kept barking nonstop. It took a while for it to stop. Oh, little miss, be careful, there are rats. At this time, the stall owner hurriedly looked at the white shirt Araya and hurriedly said, Little miss, don't let these dirty rats get on your clothes. Why are there so many rats? Jillian frowned. Just now on the bridge, I saw that there were quite a lot of rats on both sides. I don't know. They were like this when I woke up early in the morning. They all ran out. We also caught them for a long time before we opened the stall. The stall owner shook his head. Usually it's not like this. They don't know what they are afraid of, so they ran out. Peace between man and nature's expression suddenly changed. He secretly looked at boss Luo and saw that Luochio was not acting strangely at this time. He was just carefully tidying up Araya's clothes. Peace between man and nature immediately dodged and jumped on the bridge, arriving at the side of a guard stationed here. Greetings, Second Minister. Peace between man and nature thought for a while and said, Go back to the guards division and ask an astrologer to come over. Let him distinguish the aura around here and see if there were any monsters or the like that passed by last night and left behind a special aura. Okay, I'll go right away. After giving orders, peace between man and nature quietly returned to Jillian and boss Luo's side and said indifferently, We've bought the sword and asked. It's getting late. We have to go to the next place. Let's go. Please lead the way, Mr. Peace between man and nature. Boss Luo held Araya's small hand and said. They quickly arrived at the weapon shop that sold the murder weapon. It was a shop that was much more luxurious than Locke's Arms and had good business. There are so many customers who come to buy things here every day. How can we remember all of them clearly? The shop assistant shook his head and dismissed. This is a murder weapon. It was sold from you. Peace between man and nature said directly. Now the guards division suspects that this shop is related to a major murder case that happened last night. I need to ask all of you to cooperate with the investigation. Sir, I remembered wrongly. I think I have some recollection of this dagger. Explain it in detail. Peace between man and nature said expressionlessly. The shop assistant thought for a moment and said, This dagger should have been bought by a man wearing a silver mask yesterday. The mask is quite special. It only shows one eye, so it left a deep impression. When? Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I really can't remember the exact time. A man wearing a silver mask. Peace between man and nature nodded, but at this time he saw that Ji Lian's expression had changed. He directly stared at Ji Lian's eyes and asked in a deep voice, Did you think of something or know something? Ji Lian opened his mouth and looked at boss Luo next to him as if asking for help. In the end, he felt that he could not hide it, so he said in a panic, It could be Uncle Zayart. He is father's friend for many years. Yesterday, father also came to the weapon shop to visit him before he disappeared. But Uncle Zayart would not kill father. They have been friends for so many years, how could? Uncle Zayart is very nice, and he is also good to me. I don't know if he is good or not. Peace between man and nature said indifferently, I only know that someone died. I need to find out who the murderer is. Take me to this person, called Zayart. Ji Lian gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Zayart should be living beside Lu Hua Street in the southern 6th district, but I don't know if he is there. He is a traveling merchant and often travels around. Peace between man and nature directly grabbed Ji Lian's arm and walked out quickly. By the way, when the customer bought this dagger yesterday, did he buy anything else or say anything? Boss Luo suddenly took the opportunity to ask the shop assistant. I don't think he bought anything. The shop assistant shook his head. There was nothing special. It was just a normal conversation. Oh, by the way, there is one thing. What is it? The shop assistant thought for a while and said, Later on, there was a young man who looked like a noble young master. He seemed to know the masked man. They said a few words, and the masked man put down the money for the weapon and left together. The young master seemed to call himself Wally? That's the name, right? You have a good memory. Boss Luo smiled slightly. The shop assistant said, as shop assistants is necessary for us to have a good memory, so that we can remember the preferences of the customers. Boss Luo said casually, I also have a shop assistant. His memory is not very good, and he doesn't get much. Then did you deduct his salary? The shop assistant laughed. Probably. There is not much to deduct. Boss Luo waved his hand and called Araya out. They quickly arrived at the address mentioned by Jillian, but this was an empty house, as if no one had lived here for a long time. Chapter 1839. Although it wasn't luxuriant, it still looked like it had been uninhabited for quite some time. They had already walked into this empty house. Peace between man and nature swept a layer of dust off the furniture with her finger, stared at Jillian, and asked, Is this really the residence of the traveling merchant Zayart you mentioned? Jillian said, It's definitely here. This is Uncle Zehart's home. He often goes out and leaves the capital for a long time, so I occasionally come here to clean for him. How long has it been since you last came here? Peace between man and nature frowned. Jillian said, Almost 2 months. During this time, the business of the weapon shop wasn't very good, so I wasn't in the mood. You said that this person called Zayart only appeared yesterday. Peace between man and nature said expressionlessly, You mean he came back to the capital, but didn't go back to his home? That should be the case. Jillian nodded, then pointed to a cup on the table and said, This cup should be where I drank when I was cleaning last time. It hasn't been touched yet. Why did Zayart appear yesterday to look for you and Max? There's nothing special about it, Jillian recalled and said. He said that he just came back to the capital and passed by our shop, so he came in to take a look. That's right. Uncle Zayart should have been drinking with Dad for a while. When he came out, I smelled alcohol. But now that I think about it, Dad's reaction after that was a bit strange. What's strange? Peace between man and nature asked. Jillian thought for a while and said, Dad should have drunk too much and only woke up after Uncle Zayart left. But after he woke up, he asked about Uncle Zehart's whereabouts. It seemed like he was in a hurry. Also, Jillian shook her head. Nothing. It's just that Dad told Mr. Luo that he would have to wait for 3 days before taking the weapon. Why wait for 3 days? Dad said that Mr. Luo's sword is very special, and it takes a lot of time to maintain it. Jillian thought for a moment and said, I think this might just be an excuse. He must have been drunk at the time and was not in a good state, so he found an excuse. Dad often delays customers' work, and he often doesn't make a move until the last moment. I've already told him many times, but he can't do anything, so he said to wait for 3 days. I guess his old habit is acting up again. The Minister of Peace between man and nature thought for a while and said, Did the Zayart you speak of leave empty-handed? Yeah. Jillian nodded and immediately reacted. You don't think Uncle Zayart stole Mr. Luo's weapon, do you? How could this be? Uncle Zayart and Dad have been good friends for decades. Sometimes he would even bring back some precious materials for Dad. Why would he do such a thing? Any possibility is questionable. The Minister of Peace between man and nature said indifferently, Anyway, according to your previous confession, you haven't seen the sword since Max took it into the small workshop. That is to say, when the sword was lost, you can't be sure at all, right? Jillian opened her mouth, but couldn't refute. She could only clench her teeth and say, Uncle Zayart wouldn't do such a thing, and he wouldn't kill Dad. You don't know this, but there was one year when Uncle Zayart specially rushed back from out of town on Dad's birthday. It was raining heavily that night, and he was completely drenched. But he still remembered to buy Dad's favorite food. If you say the two of them loved each other, I'll believe it. But if you say they killed each other, I'll eat this cup. Perhaps the topic of 2 old men loving and killing each other was too heavy. The Minister of Peace between man and nature waved her hand and shook her head. She said, "Let's not talk about this for now, but the person who bought the weapon is very likely Zayart. You can't deny this point. Since you're certain that Zayart didn't commit the crime, then the reason why we're looking for him isn't to capture him, but to clarify the whole story and to prove his innocence. You also wish to clear the suspicion of this Uncle Zayart, right?" What do you want me to do?" The Minister of Peace between man and nature patted Ji Lian's shoulder. "You said Max and him were good friends for many years, and their relationship was quite deep. So I think if he's still in the capital, once he hears the news of Max's death, he won't be indifferent. He will come looking for you, and I need you to find a way to inform me at that time, and find a way to keep Zayart." Ji Lian opened her mouth. "Zayart needs to prove his innocence, and Max's death can't be unknown." The Minister of Peace between man and nature said seriously, "They are all important people to you. I think you should know what to do." Okay. Ji Lian was silent for a moment, but finally nodded. The Minister of Peace between man and nature didn't stay for long. She quickly said goodbye to Ji Lian and Luoqiu, got on the guard division's special car, and left. In Zihart's residence, only Boss Luo and the other two were left. Ji Lian had a dazed look at this time. This almost adult youth, perhaps the things he experienced today had exceeded the scope of his growth in these 10 years. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, I didn't expect you to be involved in this matter. Do you think that Mr. Zayart will come looking for you?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. "Such a big thing happened. If he heard about it, he will definitely come," Ji Lian said with certainty. "But Uncle Zayart often leaves without warning. I'm afraid that after he left the weapons shop yesterday, he left the capital. If that's the case, then the suspicion on Uncle Zayart is really, really hard to clear. It seems that he is really good to you," Boss Luo said casually. "Otherwise, you wouldn't be so worried about him." Ji Lian said faintly, "I was an orphan when I was young. I was raised by my old man. My old man is like my biological father. But when I was growing up, Uncle Zayart was like a person I looked forward to. He told me a lot of things outside, told me a lot of things, brought me a lot of gifts. That kind of feeling is different." Luoqiu said, "I also have an uncle like that. He always teaches me a lot of things." Ji Lian subconsciously looked up at Boss Luo. Luoqiu looked at him, smiled, and said, "It must be a very happy thing to have such an uncle in your growing up life." "I always feel—" Ji Lian was startled and said subconsciously, "Mr. Luo's smile always gives people a kind of power. I feel my mood suddenly become better." "It will be my pleasure." Luoqiu smiled faintly. "Let's go back to the weapon shop. Maybe Mr. Zayart is already waiting for you." "That's right, it's possible." Ji Lian nodded. "No matter how depressed I am, it's useless now. I must find the real murderer of my old man. This is what I should do now." Boss Luo nodded encouragingly. They planned to leave Zayart's residence now. "By the way, do you know who the woman in this painting is?" Boss Luo pointed to a painting hanging in the room and asked before leaving. "I don't know." Ji Lian shook his head. "It seems to have been hanging here for a long time. I remember once I asked Uncle Zayart about the woman in the painting. He seemed to be a little depressed at that time. I didn't ask him again after that. Will there be any clues?" "I'm just a little curious." Boss Luo shook his head and said softly, "Let's go." "Sir, they left Zayart's residence. It seems that they are going back to Locke's weapon shop." On the second floor of a tea house on Luhua Street, peace between man and nature was boiling a pot of hot water. The hot water was boiling. He poured it directly into a cup and drank it directly without waiting for the hot water to cool down. The subordinate who was reporting to him couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his tongue. "You continue to follow." Peace between man and nature stood up directly at this time. "Report to me immediately if there is any movement. I want to go to the palace." The subordinate looked around and then asked tentatively, "Sir, are you going to the palace to see the Sword Saint?" If the person who died was just an ordinary palace craftsman, I wouldn't be interested in this case. Peace between man and nature said indifferently, but the person who died was Explosive Hammer King, who disappeared for 20 years. Don't you think that the background behind this case is not simple? My teacher and Explosive Hammer King were from the same generation. Although I didn't hear about any friendship between them, he should know more than us when we were young. You go! Be careful not to be discovered. Especially the black-haired young man beside Julien. He is not simple. He was just a young master from a rich family. There was nothing special about him. And he even brought a little girl who didn't know about the world. Even so, the subordinate didn't want to reveal his thoughts. He lowered his head, answered yes, and quickly left the tea-house. 3 godly weapons, Aurora's asked her. Peace between man and nature muttered thoughtfully at this time. It is said that there is another 3 godly weapons in the palace. Stop, this is the palace of Her Highness. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. The heavily armored guards appeared in front of peace between man and nature, showing their sharp weapons and killing intent. It was said that many of the guards here were from the fighting arena. Peace between man and nature casually reached out and pressed down the crossed spears in front of him. I am peace between man and nature, the second in command of the King's Guard Division. I am not here to see Her Highness. I know that I am here to see the Sword Saint. I am his student. If I can't go with you, please help me inform him. Please wait a moment. The guards didn't directly let him in, but they didn't refuse either. Soon, they sent someone to confirm. Peace between man and nature stood outside the palace and waited. Soon, a middle-aged man in white walked out, slowly accompanied by several guards. Peace between man and nature greets, teacher. Peace between man and nature quickly became respectful at this time. The middle-aged man in white, the kingdom's sword saint Liulo, nodded. He ordered the guards to leave, then walked to the side with peace between man and nature. Inside is the princess palace, without Her Highness' permission. Even I can't let you in. If there is anything you want to say, just say it here. Peace between man and nature couldn't help but frown. Teacher, as the Kingdom Sword Saint, your status is honorable. Sword Saint Liulo waved his hand. The Dragon Clan has done me a great favor. I am here to guard the kingdom's princess. Consider it as repaying this favor. Don't think too much about it. Just say what you want. If you stay too long, there might be some trouble. What trouble? Peace between man and nature couldn't help but be startled. Sword Saint Liulo just shook his head, looking like he didn't want to say more. Peace between man and nature could only quickly talk about the consequences of the matter. Sword Saint Liulo's expression was still calm at first, only thinking that this student wanted to get some pointers on the case from him. But when he found out that the deceased was from the same generation as him, the Exploding Hammer Saint, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, I have also heard about the Exploding Hammer Saint back then. Sword Saint Liulo muttered. I only heard that he suddenly disappeared. This matter caused quite a stir back then, but as time passed, everyone forgot about it. I didn't think that the Exploding Hammer Saint who dared to challenge the Dragon Clan would die tragically on the streets of the royal capital, and even his corpse was abandoned under the bridge. His ending was so miserable. The changes in life are not something you and I can imagine. Teachers said that Max once challenged the Dragon Clan of the continent. Peace between man and nature couldn't help but open her mouth. What was the result? Sword Saint Liulo bitterly smiled. The result was naturally not good. Although the Exploding Hammer Saint was also a first-level saint, there were no less than 20 saints in the Dragon Clan. How could he have succeeded? I heard that it was a crushing defeat. But speaking of which, the Exploding Hammer Saint only disappeared not long after he failed to challenge the Dragon Clan. Some say that he hid his name because he was disheartened, while others say that he died from his injuries in the wilderness. Anyway, there are many different opinions. I didn't think that he actually came to the royal capital and became a small craftsman, hiding himself. Why did Max challenge the Dragon Clan back then? Peace between man and nature couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Sword Saintly Yellow thought for a while and said, but after that battle, the Dragon Clan issued a kill order to pursue Liolo throughout the continent. The reason was that he stole a treasure of the Dragon Clan. I didn't think that after so many years, Max would still die in the end. Perhaps his death has something to do with the kill order from the Dragon Clan? It actually involved the Dragon Clan. Peace between man and nature's expression was grave. I didn't think that things would become more and more complicated. Perhaps those 3 little thieves really did have bad hands. What little thieves? Yullo subconsciously asked. Peace between man and nature wanted to explain, but at this moment they heard shouts coming from the princess palace. It seemed that there was a fight. Someone's in the princess palace. Yuluo let out a cold snort, and the saint-level combatant leaped into the air and landed in the princess's palace. Peace between man and nature frowned and took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the palace. Soon he saw a group of guards forming a circle, and in the circle, Sword Saintly Yuluo was fighting a man with a silver mask on his face. Peace between man and nature couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. The masked man fighting with his teacher was almost exactly the same as Ji Lian's Uncle Zayart. In the middle of the battle, the silver-masked man was holding a 7-colored sword. Peace between man and nature's teacher, Sword Saintly Yellow, was somewhat unable to withstand the sharpness of the strange sword and was faintly at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, peace between man and nature, who was quickly integrating all the information in his mind, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It can't be. This sword can't be." Chapter 1840. The silver-masked man with the sword in his hand didn't seem to be at a disadvantage even when fighting sacred swordsman Liolo alone. Instead, he seemed to be even more valiant. While peace between man and nature was secretly impressed by the strength of the silver-masked man who had barged into the palace, she was about to lend a hand. However, at this moment, 2 figures simultaneously appeared on the roof of the princess' inner palace. Sacred swordsman Liolo wasn't the only one guarding the princess. There were 2 other sacred sages as well. The 2 sacred sages had both gathered powerful magic power at this moment. Seeing this, the silver-masked man urged the sword in his hand to slash out an enormous arc of light, then leapt into the air. The silver-masked man's clear voice could be heard. "Today's sword test is over. We'll fight again another day. Goodbye, everyone." Loud laughter filled the palace. But how could the 2 sacred sages let him go? 2 powerful magic attacks soared into the sky, instantly evaporating the clouds in the sky. When everything settled down, there was no trace of the silver-masked man. It was unknown whether he had died under the combined attacks of the 2 sacred sages, or whether he had seized the opportunity to escape. However, the palace was now a mess. Sacred swordsman Liolo landed on the ground, while peace between man and nature quickly walked up to him. "Master, just now. He's definitely a powerful sacred sages." Sacred swordsman Liolo's expression was solemn. "I basically know all the sacred sages among the humans, but this person is very unfamiliar. Now that the palace is in chaos, it's inconvenient for you to stay here. Take this opportunity to leave the palace. If there's any news, I'll send someone to inform you." Peace between man and nature could only nod and quickly leave. After this, sacred swordsman Liolo returned to the princess' inner palace, only to see the 2 sacred sages together with the head maid Laura. Although her position in the palace was only the head maid of the princess, Laura's true identity was that of a dragon. Although she had the appearance of a beautiful young girl, her true form was that of a dragon of the continent. Compared to human sacred sages, she wasn't the least bit inferior. Sacred swordsman Liolo naturally couldn't underestimate her. "Mistress Laura, the 2 of you," Sword Saintly Yuluo quickly said. I just fought with the intruder, but I couldn't figure out his background. Did you guys discover anything?" The two saint-level masters shook their heads. They had only unleashed a powerful attack at the end, and it couldn't even be considered an exchange of blows with an assassin, so they knew very little about it. Anyone who dares to assassinate His Highness is an enemy of the Dragon Clan. At this time, Laura indifferently said, "The last saint who dared to provoke the Dragon Clan. What happened to him? The three of you should know." In the end, the dragons of the continent were more powerful. The reason why the Kingdom of Elnis could dominate the entire continent was because of the support of the dragons of the continent. As the saints of the human kingdoms, they were more aware of the situation. "Don't worry, Lady Laura. We'll be guarding the entrance of the palace for the next few days. We won't allow the same thing to happen a second time." One of the Saint Masters quickly said, "Was Princess Carol frightened?" "His Highness is still taking an afternoon nap and has not been frightened." Laura indifferently said, "But if that assassin had taken a few steps forward, I'm afraid he would have already woken up. If he annoyed His Highness, I'll find someone to punish him." Sword Saint Liuluo and the two Saint Masters looked at each other calmly. At this time, a maid outside the palace came to report that King Amos was currently leading a large number of guards. Laura waved her hand and said, "Tell the king that the princess is fine. There's no need to worry. Since he didn't come when the incident happened, there's no need for him to come now. Tell him to pay attention to his own safety. Maybe the next one to be assassinated will be him." "Lord Sword Saint, why are you still here?" "Then let's go outside and take care of things." Sword Saint Liuluo nodded. The three saints slowly withdrew from Princess Carol's palace. As soon as they stepped out of the door, one of the Saint Masters turned around to take a look, snorted coldly, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Sword Saint Liuluo bitterly smiled and looked at the other Saint Master beside him and said helplessly, "You can talk to him better than I can. I'll have to trouble you to console him." The Saint Master who stayed behind coldly snorted and said, "If we didn't receive the kindness of the Dragon Clan, we wouldn't have to suffer like this today." A dignified monarch actually had to eat his own daughter's cold shoulder. It's said that the Emperor of Elnis, King Amos, is a gigolo of the Dragon Clan's princess. It's true. Although His Majesty used the Dragon Clan's power to seize the throne, he has never used the Dragon Clan's power in his many years of conquest. Sword Saint Liuluo shook his head and said, "We can't erase his achievements." "So what?" "The Kingdom of Elnis is still under the control of the Dragon Clan." The Saint Master shook his head. "Forget it. I'll get angry if I talk too much." "By the way, Liuluo, I heard that your student came to the palace to look for you. Did something happen at the royal capital garrison?" Sword Saint Liuluo said without batting an eyelid, "It's nothing. It's just a daily report. After all, I haven't been there for a long time. Even if you're not a human Saint Swordsman, as the head of the royal capital garrison, you have to be the bodyguard of that monster, that princess. It's really hard on you." The Saint Master patted Sword Saint Liuluo's shoulder. "I'll go see that guy. He won't be angry for long. Don't worry." "Thank you." At this moment, a guard came to Sword Saint Liuluo's side and said in a low voice, "Lord Liuluo, His Majesty, wants to see you." "I'll go right away." Sword Saint Liuluo nodded. It wasn't outside Princess Carol's palace, but a courtyard not far from the princess's palace. When Sword Saint Liuluo arrived, King Amos was sitting alone in the pavilion. "Your Majesty, I heard you fought with the assassin for the longest time. Can you tell who he is?" King Amos pointed at the stool beside him and motioned for Sword Saint Liuluo to sit down. He was a human saint swordsman, but he was also a subject of the kingdom. There was some etiquette he didn't intend to overstep, so he just stood and said, "I can't tell." The assassin probably didn't intend to reveal his identity. Although he's strong, he's hiding a lot of his strength because of the sharpness of his sword. King Amos pondered for a moment, then said, "Who do you think might want to assassinate Carol?" Sword Saint Li Yuluo pondered. Now that the kingdom dominates the continent and the princess's identity is so special, it's reasonable to say that only the remnants of destroyed kingdoms would dare to make a move against the princess. Then it would be those who had a grudge against the dragons. Perhaps they would have such a motive. The Yamos king muttered to himself, "If Carol is assassinated, the dragons will definitely vent their anger on me. As long as there is even the slightest hint of the dragons wanting to abolish me, the seemingly powerful kingdom will have hidden dangers, right?" That's not necessarily true. Sword Saintly Yuluo thought for a moment, then said, "But it's inevitable that the dragons on the continent will be angry. The assassination of Princess Carol might just be an attempt to disrupt the current political situation. As for the specific goal, we don't know much, so it's hard to judge." King Amos sighed. "The national tournament is about to begin. I keep feeling that something will happen. Li Yuluo, I still need you to keep an eye on the palace guards." "I know what to do." Sword Saint Li Yuluo thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Your Majesty, there's one more thing. Just now, the Minister of Peace between Man and Nature came to me and told me about a murder that happened in the capital yesterday. Does Your Majesty know who the victim is? Is it some big shot?" The Yamos king frowned. "For you to take the initiative to mention him to me, he shouldn't be a nobody, right? It's the explosive Hammer King Max who once charged into the dragon's territory and provoked them to hunt him down on the continent." King Amos couldn't help but open his mouth, then frowned slightly and said, "Tell me the details." Sword Saint Li Yuluo began to speak slowly. "King City, Locke's weapon shop." Ji Lian poked her head out of the window and then closed the window. Not long ago, there was a sudden loud explosion in the sky above the palace, followed by a scene of flames soaring to the sky. Not long after, all the guards and soldiers of the royal capital began to move, going door to door in search of something. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid there won't be any peace today. Jillian returned to the table and sat down, looking at Boss Luo, who was reading a book, then said, "I don't know who's so daring to enter the palace to assassinate. Could it be the remaining forces of the other countries?" Boss Luo was reading a book about the history of the continent. He bought it on the way back from Zehart's residence. Hearing this, Luochio asked curiously, "Remnants of the forces?" Ji Lian nodded and said, "Ever since King Amos took over the throne, the kingdom of Elnis has been at war for the past 10 years or so. King Amos is a great king, except for some hidden tribes or small forces living in desolate lands. He has almost conquered the entire continent. You don't know, but over the past few years, the King City has been hearing news of great victories every day. It's amazing. Only last year did things start to calm down and the war ended. But because of this, there are often remnants of the destroyed countries who sneak into the King's City to assassinate King Amos. After many years of war, he has almost conquered the entire world." Boss Luo closed the book and suddenly asked curiously, "With such a high-intensity war, can the kingdom of Elnis withstand it?" "That I don't know." Jillian shook her head and said, "But I heard from my father that this kind of fighting method is called using battle to nurture battle. The places that the kingdom's iron cavalry passed through were basically plundered. Although this method can cultivate an invincible army, it will cause endless troubles." He said that this King Amos is a madman. At this moment, Max is right. King Amos is indeed a madman. Years of war, it seems that he has conquered the entire world. But in the entire continent, other than the King's City of Elnis, which seems to be unprecedentedly prosperous, there are corpses everywhere. The people are homeless, and the streets are full of starving people. Some places are like purgatory. This kind of king is not only a madman but also a tyrant. A voice that did not belong to this place quietly rang out. It startled Ji Lian. Ji Lian immediately looked towards the source of the voice and saw a figure standing beside the shelf. A bright silver mask. "Uncle Zehart!" Ji Lian shouted in surprise and joy. She rushed forward. "Uncle, where did you go? I went to your house to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Do you know that father? I heard about what happened to Max," Zayart nodded and said in a low voice. "I also didn't expect that yesterday would be the last time I see him. Ji Lian, please don't be too sad. I think Max doesn't want to see you in such a sad state." I will be strong." Ji Lian nodded, then wiped her nose and said, "Look at me, I forgot to greet you. Sit down first. I will get you something to drink and eat. At this time, you probably haven't eaten anything, right?" "No need, I just came to see you." Mr. Zayart shook his head. "I still have something to do. I have to leave soon." "You are leaving again?" Ji Lian was startled. Zayart nodded. "There's a problem with my business outside. I have to rush over and take a look. I will be leaving the city soon." Ji Lian said, "Then I will prepare some dry food for you to eat on the way. It will be quick, uncle. Wait for me, it will be quick." Then, without waiting for Zayart's response, Ji Lian hurriedly ran into the house. Here, only Boss Luo, Araya, and the silent Mr. Zayart were left. Ji Lian ran into the house quickly, but suddenly stopped. She didn't prepare anything. Her face showed hesitation. "What should I do now? Should I inform the Lord of Peace between man and nature?" When she saw Zayart, she was pleasantly surprised, but she didn't immediately say that the Lord of Peace between man and nature found out that she bought the dagger used to kill her father. What if Uncle Zayart is innocent and I inform the Lord of Peace between man and nature? It is tantamount to betraying Uncle. He is so good to me, but I suspect him. Ji Lian was in a dilemma. Should I confess to Uncle Zayart? But what if he is the murderer? Will it alert the enemy? She didn't believe that Zayart was the murderer of her father, but at the same time, she didn't want to let go of any chance to find the murderer. What should I do? Ji Lian smiled bitterly and muttered to herself, "Dad, can you tell me?" She painfully leaned against the corner of the wall, curling up her body. The surrounding lights were not lit, so it was dark. "Speaking of which, we seem to have met yesterday." Zayart finally spoke first. "We have indeed met." Boss Luo smiled and nodded. "During this time, I am very grateful to you for accompanying Ji Lian." Zayart said seriously, "This child has a deep relationship with Max, although he seems to be much better now. I am afraid that when he is alone, he will hide and cry silently. Some people live, some people die." Boss Luo said casually, "Everyone will experience the death of a loved one. The pain may only be temporary." "You are quite open-minded." Zayart nodded. "It seems that you are someone who has been through this." Boss Luo didn't say anything. At this moment, Zayart suddenly shook his hand, and a 7-colored treasure sword floated in his palm. He said indifferently, "This sword belongs to you, right?" Boss Luo said calmly, "It doesn't belong to me. This is my sword." As he said this, Boss Luo put the luxurious sword he bought at the small stall under the bridge on the table. Zayart subconsciously frowned. He originally had some plans in his heart, but he didn't expect that the other side would do this kind of thing. He didn't expect this. Zayart didn't say anything, but in the end, he put away the sword. With a wave of his hand, the sword disappeared. This was the ability of a professional. He looked deeply at Boss Luo and was about to say something. But Luocho said at this time, "Ji Lian, he should be in a dilemma now." "What do you want to say?" Zayart frowned. Boss Luo said casually, "During the day, the guards found the weapon that killed Mr. Max. You bought it from another weapon shop. It was a one-hit kill. There were no scars of fighting. The murderer probably didn't take advantage of Mr. Max's unpreparedness to suddenly attack. It's someone he already knows, and it's very likely to be a very close friend." "Understood. You suspect that I am the murderer, right?" Zayart said indifferently. Boss Luo said to himself, "The guards should have sent someone to watch this place in the dark, waiting for you to appear. Ji Lian, he probably doesn't know whether he should inform the guards or not." "Why are you telling me this?" Zayart narrowed his eyes. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly make things difficult, or just leave? Boss Luo smiled and said, Nothing. I just want to see what Ji Lian will do. And I also want to know how Mr. Zayart will react to Ji Lian's actions after knowing the whole story. This is, Zayart said slowly. Only the devil who plays with people's hearts would like to do something like this. Since you want to know how I will react, then I will fulfill your wish. Zayart's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he said this. But at this time, Ji Lian had already walked out with a luggage bag and said quickly, Uncle, I prepared some food and drinks for you. Yes, what happened? Ji Lian felt that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. Chapter 1841. The atmosphere was a bit anxious. Ji Lian had never seen Uncle Zayart's gaze. It was like the gaze of those bad adventurers who came to the weapon shop to buy weapons. The gaze of those whose hands were stained with blood. It's nothing. Zayart shook his head. Have you prepared the things? Ji Lian had to nod, put the bag on the table, and then took out a bottle of wine. This wine. Zayart frowned subconsciously. Ji Lian stroked the bottle and said softly, Uncle brought this back for Dad once. At that time, he only drank half of the bottle. I know Dad hid it under the bed and was reluctant to drink it. Now he's gone, so it's useless to keep it. Uncle, it was brought here, and now it's returned to its rightful owner. You know I don't like to drink. You're so considerate. Zayart was silent for a while, and then patted Ji Lian's shoulder. When I'm done with the things outside, I'll come back to the king's city to see you. Uncle. At this moment, Ji Lian raised his head. Let me drink with you. Take it as a farewell, or take it as a remembrance of Dad. Dad can't taste this wine anymore. I think I want to drink it on his behalf. Okay. Zayart nodded. It's rare for you to have this. Ji Lian quickly took the cups. 3 cups, and then poured some wine into each cup and gave it to Zayart and Boss Luo. I also have one. Boss Luo asked curiously. I can't let you watch us drink. Ji Lian showed a wry smile. Thank you. Boss Luo smiled. They clinked their cups, but before they were about to drink, Ji Lian suddenly looked at Mr. Zayart and asked, Uncle Zayart, yesterday afternoon, after you left the weapon shop, where did you go? Didn't you go home? Zayart paused. I didn't go back. This time I came back because of business. After I met you, I remembered to buy some goods. Speaking of which, you can go to my place when you have time. Anyway, you always have the key. Ji Lian nodded and then said, I heard from the guards that someone saw you appear near the place where Dad was killed last night. What do you want to say? Zayart frowned, his voice slightly heavy. Ji Lian sighed and said sorrowfully, I was thinking if only I could have met you before Old Father was killed. That way, Old Father might not have been killed. You and Old Father had such a good relationship, but Old Father was killed near you. Uncle, don't be sad. Zayart nodded his head, silently. Immediately, he finished half a cup of wine in one gulp and took his bag. I'm going to leave the city soon. During this time, take good care of yourself. If there's anything, wait for me to come back. As he spoke, this traveling merchant, Mr. Zayart, prepared to open the door and leave. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, Ji Lian, the next time I come back, I'll bring you some new and interesting things. Smile. Uncle. Ji Lian, he walked out. At this time, Zayart's body suddenly became unstable. He shook his head hard, but felt that the world was spinning. He suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ji Lian dragged Zayart back into the weapon shop. Boss Luo thoughtfully looked at the wine on the table. Is there something in this wine? Ji Lian faintly said, It's a kind of a powder. Old Father usually used it as an auxiliary agent when forging weapons. If people accidentally eat it, they will faint and their body will be paralyzed for a short time. But don't worry, there's no such thing in your cup. So, you're planning to hand Mr. Zayart over to the guards? I don't know. Jillian shook his head. I haven't thought about it, but I can't let Uncle leave now. After all, he's a big suspect. I can only think of this method for now. After Uncle wakes up, he will probably hate me to death. As he said this, Jillian carried Zayard on his back. Even if you imprison him, it's not a solution, Luaccio said from the side. Then what can I do? Jillian suddenly became emotional. Hand him over to the guards personally? If Uncle is innocent, then how can I forgive myself? Let him go? But if he really is, I'll be sorry to old father. If he tells you personally that he has nothing to do with this matter, Luaccio curiously asked, will you choose to believe him? Remember, he can also be lying. Jillian's hands that were binding Zayard with iron chains suddenly paused. He faintly said, then tell me, if you were me, what would you do? If you can't give me an answer, then please don't give me any more hypothetical comments about my actions. Boss Luo nodded and said apologetically, indeed, a bystander should have the self-awareness of a bystander. He began to be silent and no longer took the initiative to ask Jillian any questions until Jillian completely bound Zayard with iron chains. Sorry, my tone just now was a bit harsh. Jillian sighed and came to Luaccio's side at this time. I just can't control myself. Boss Luo just said with gentle eyes, at your age, it's already very good. At least, it's better than me before. Mr. Luo, you also. Jillian subconsciously raised his head. Are you hungry? Boss Luo smiled and said, I'll go get something to eat. Don't look at me like this. I still have some experience in cooking. There should be some dry bread in the kitchen. Don't bother too much. Jillian had to shake his head. Boss Luo said casually, my father said no matter how bad tomorrow is, we still have to live a better life. Then we have the motivation to face tomorrow's bad. Jillian opened his mouth and then smiled bitterly. There should be bacon and vegetables in the kitchen. Add an egg. Forget it. Let me do it. After all, you're the guest. As he spoke, he looked back at the unconscious Zayard. Jillian took a deep breath, pulled himself together, and quickly climbed out of the cellar. Boss Luo also looked at Mr. Zayard casually and planned to climb out of the cellar. At this time, a small head appeared at the entrance of the cellar. It was Araya in white clothes. The girl's beautiful hair was now hanging down, strand by strand, without a trace of mess. What's the matter? Luaccio asked with a slight smile. Araya in white clothes took the initiative to stretch out her hand. My clothes are torn. Boss Luo climbed out of the cellar at once and asked curiously, torn? Where is it torn? Araya turned around at this time. It was indeed torn. From the back of the waist, the clothes were torn all the way to the buttocks. I'm curious, how did you tear it? Boss Luo shook his head, took off his coat, and put it on her. Araya shook her head. I don't know, it's just a tear. Do you want to sew it or replace it with a new one? Boss Luo smiled and asked. Brother, what do you think? Araya thought for a moment and asked blankly. Then sew it. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, normally people will choose to sew it. Why? Araya was puzzled and asked. Boss Luo said casually, because they believe that damaged things can be repaired. Not just clothes, but everything. Is that so? Araya shook her head. Not all things can be repaired. The things that are beyond repair will not be repaired again, unless time is turned back. Turning back time is too exaggerated. Boss Luo patted Araya's head lightly and chuckled. They just hope. Araya shook her head, then pulled Boss Luo's sleeve and said softly, the guy in the cellar smells like a dragon. Really? Boss Luo nodded. Araya continued, the bridge smells like a dragon too. Got it. Boss Luo nodded. Let's sew the clothes first. On the street, the guards were still searching from house to house. Even peace between man and nature's car was stopped several times. Suddenly, a figure got into peace between man and nature's car. What's the matter? Peace between man and nature asked directly. The subordinate who got into the car quickly said, "Sir, the matter, you asked me to go back to the garrison division this afternoon to ask the astrologer to check on the bridge. There is a result. This is the report." He sent a document to Peace Between Man and Nature. Peace Between Man and Nature opened the document and frowned. "It's not a high-level monster, but a dragon's aura." "Sir," the subordinate said with a serious expression, "as far as I know, there are only 2 people in the king's city who can have a dragon's aura. One is the head maid of the palace, Laura, and the other is— Why don't you say it?" Peace Between Man and Nature looked at the subordinate, who wanted to say something but stopped. The subordinate could only bite the bullet and say, "Sir, I don't need to say anything about the other person. You must know, the whole country knows." Peace Between Man and Nature snorted and put the document away, not saying anything. The subordinate didn't dare to make any noise at this time, but from his many years of experience, he felt that he was involved in a terrible whirlpool. This whirlpool involved the dragons of the continent. Time passed little by little. Peace Between Man and Nature suddenly asked, "Is there any movement at Loxarm's shop? Did Zayard appear?" The subordinate said, "Our spies have been stationed there all this time and haven't found anything yet. As for the people you asked us to monitor, they haven't left the shop since this afternoon." "Sir, do you think that the suspect Zayard will really go to the shop? If he is the murderer, he should be far away by now. Change the route." Peace Between Man and Nature suddenly said, "Go to Loxarm's shop." The subordinate could only instruct the driver in charge of driving the car. Not long after, the carriage from the garrison division arrived at Loxarm's shop. Peace Between Man and Nature ordered people to wait outside, then knocked on the door and walked into the shop. When he saw the second chief of the garrison division again today, Julien's expression couldn't help but change slightly. They had just prepared a table of sumptuous dinner. "Sir, why are you here?" Julien calmed down and asked quietly, "What's the good news?" Peace Between Man and Nature glanced at this time and asked seemingly casually, "Usually people will only eat so well during festivals." Julien looked at Mr. Luo, who was as calm as water, and said seriously, "I think, instead of not eating anything because of the pain and starving himself, it's better to eat well so that he will have more strength to face the future." "Good idea." Peace Between Man and Nature nodded, then immediately sat down, looked at Boss Luo, and smiled casually. "This person taught you, right?" "How did you know?" Julien closed his mouth and then said, "Sir Peace Between Man and Nature, do you want to eat with us? I'll bring you the blood utensils." "Okay." Peace Between Man and Nature nodded. "Anyway, I'm hungry. I've been busy all day and haven't eaten anything." "Thank you." "Right away." Julien nodded and had to turn around to get the utensils. Peace Between Man and Nature didn't hold back at this time, and directly reached out to steal the food on the plate to eat. As he ate, he said casually, "Today a very bad assassination happened in the palace, causing a storm in the capital. I remember you said that you don't know where you lost your identification. If there's nothing going on these few days, you should be careful." Peace Between Man and Nature, Mr. Luo, as the second chief of the guards in the capital, let me go like this, is it okay? Boss Luo put down the utensils used for eating. Peace Between Man and Nature stole a bit of food from every plate. "There's nothing wrong with it." Peace Between Man and Nature chuckled and said, "Catching the assassin is temporarily the job of the palace guards. This matter is not under the control of the guards." "Sir, you came so late. Is it because of the discovery of the murder case?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. "Sai, there's no clue." Peace Between Man and Nature shrugged. "I can only stroll around, passing by this place, so I came to take a look. I was thinking maybe you will have some new discoveries." At this time, Julien took the utensils back and put them in front of Peace Between Man and Nature. "No need. Peace between man and nature said indifferently, I'm full, I won't disturb you if there's nothing else. Oh, by the way, Zeret didn't come to find you today, right? No. Ji Lian answered quickly, not avoiding peace between man and nature's gaze at this time. I see. Peace between man and nature's gaze turned, seemingly nodding casually, but at this time suddenly frowned. There seems to be a sound from below. At this time, Ji Lian's gaze couldn't help but change slightly. Just now, there was a sound, and the source seemed to be in the cellar. Maybe it's rats. Ji Lian quickly said, Rats often steal things to eat in the cellar. After a batch of them are poisoned to death. Another batch comes, it's very annoying. I'm good at catching rats. Peace between man and nature smiled at this time. Let me help you. After saying this, peace between man and nature did not wait for Ji Lian to respond. She took her sword and directly rushed into the house. Ji Lian's expression changed dramatically. She called out again and quickly chased after her. But this guard division's second in command was very fast. When Ji Lian chased to the cellar, peace between man and nature had already jumped in. Ji Lian had to bite the bullet and also climb into the cellar. But at this time in the cellar, there was no trace of Uncle Zeret. Ji Lian looked at the broken chain on the ground and subconsciously relaxed. But she did not know how Uncle Zeret broke it. He actually had such ability. I already said it's just some rats. Ji Lian walked to the side at this time, pointed at a small hole that was sealed with a wooden board, and said, They should have crawled away. Well, it's good that you're fine. Peace between man and nature smiled and was about to leave. But before leaving, he went to a corner and casually used his sword to lift up a piece of canvas covering the corner. What was covered with the canvas was only some charcoal. Sir, what are you doing? Ji Lian frowned at this time and said, I can't be hiding something here, right? It's okay, I'm just curious. Peace between man and nature shrugged. Well, I won't disturb you. Well, let's finish looking here. As he spoke, he used his long sword to pry open another piece of canvas. What's this? But this time, under the canvas, there was actually an extraordinary sword embedded with gems. In addition, there was also a silver mask. At this time, Ji Lian was also shocked by the things in front of her. It seems that I have to work overtime tonight. Peace between man and nature narrowed his eyes at this time and pointed his sword at lightning speed. Mr. Ji Lian, are you interested in going back to the guards division with me? I now suspect that you have something to do with the assassination this afternoon. Chapter 1842. The style of the interrogation room in Elnis as Royal Guard Division was very different from the interrogation rooms in the modern world. But it was not to the extent where there were torture instruments hanging everywhere. In the stone room, there were some strange symbols carved on the walls. In addition to peace between man and nature, there were a few scribes on the side who were responsible for recording all the questions and answers. Then, for the first time in his life, Boss Luo put on something called a shackle. It was not heavy, but it was made of special materials that could suppress the abilities of professionals. Lastly, it was not dark here and the light was still soft. But there was no legendary coffee. Overall, the experience was not bad. This was a separate interrogation. Ji Lian should be in the interrogation room next door. As for Araya, he was currently being looked after by a female guard. Peace between man and nature said so. These are the things found in the cellar, the mask and the sword. Peace between man and nature had been silent for a long time. During this time, he just kept looking at Luocio, who was in the interrogation room. Do you know what these things mean? I hope you can explain, Boss Luo said calmly. Then he looked at the stained cup on the table and gave up the idea of drinking water. Let's not talk about Max's murder. Peace between man and nature picked up the sword on the table that was found in the cellar and pulled it out. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Even he could not help but be frightened by the power that was faintly emitted by the sword. Let's talk about the assassination that happened in the palace during the day. Coincidentally, I was at the scene. At this moment, he was wearing this mask and holding this sword. He fought with the palace guards and then disappeared. Even if we don't know this assassin, we can't get rid of the crime of hiding an assassin. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "It should be like this. This is only the garrison division." The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature said, indifferently, "What we care about is the truth of the matter. We will let innocent people go. But if this is the prison of the Imperial Guards, do you know what it means to rather kill 100 innocent people than to let one suspect go?" "Sir, are you planning to hand me over to the Imperial Guards?" Boss Luo asked curiously. "That's not right. Perhaps the guards are already on their way here. Even if you didn't mention it yourself, it's impossible that the guards didn't report it privately." The Minister of Peace between Man and Nature narrowed her eyes. "You'd better tell the truth. Then maybe you'll still have a chance to live after the guards take you away. Time is running out. I think you're a smart person. Let's get straight to the point. Please go ahead, sir." Boss Luo nodded slightly. This guy's mental fortitude is really good. The Director of Peace between Man and Nature muttered to himself. He then nodded and said, "Where did these two things come from?" "It should be left behind by Mr. Zayart," Boss Luo said directly. "Zayart?" The Director of Peace between Man and Nature frowned. He really went to the weapons shop. Why didn't he inform me immediately? "I think sir should ask Mr. Ji Lien about this question," Boss Luo said casually. "This should be done by Mr. Ji Lien. After all, sir only asked Mr. Ji Lien to report it to you." The Director of Peace between Man and Nature sneered and suddenly said, "You seem to be very used to interrogation. You know how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. Have you been interrogated often before?" "I have more time to chat with others." Boss Luo smiled slightly. The Director of Peace between Man and Nature said indifferently, "Why did Zayart leave these things behind? Let's not talk about the mask first. Maybe it was to change his clothes. But this sword, this is a really good sword. I don't think anyone would be willing to throw it away so casually. Maybe Mr. Zayart left in a hurry and really forgot about it. Or maybe it was inconvenient for him to move around with this sword, so he left it behind and came back to get it later. I heard that this sword was also covered with a canvas. In other words, it was meant to be hidden." The Director of Peace between Man and Nature smiled and said, "There should be other possibilities, right?" He stood up and walked behind Boss Luo. Suddenly, he bent down and whispered in Boss Luo's ear. "For example, leaving these valuable things behind will give people the illusion that he has left, but will definitely come back to take them. But in fact, Zayart didn't leave. Instead, he has always been in the weapons shop, and he is also among the people I brought back." Boss Luo said in surprise, "Sir, do you think Mr. Ji Lien is Zayart?" The Director of Peace between Man and Nature suddenly said, "Why not you?" "Why me?" Boss Luo blinked and said curiously, "According to Mr. Ji Lien, Mr. Zayart and Mr. Max were good friends for decades. Mr. Ji Lien even watched Mr. Ji Lien grow up." "I have never seen this Zayart," the Director of Peace between Man and Nature said indifferently. "There is no such person in the registered resident information of the King's City. We have checked all the chambers of commerce, but no one knows the identity of the traveling merchant Zayart. Maybe there really is such a person, but the only person who has seen him is the dead Max Ji Lien." Boss Luo said unhurriedly, "I have also seen Mr. Zayart on the afternoon of Mr. Max's death. Mr. Ji Lien can testify for me." "It could also be fake." The Director of Peace between Man and Nature shook his head. "Who knows?" "Sir, you seem to have some ideas," Boss Luo suddenly said. The Director of Peace between Man and Nature said, "Let's assume that there is no such person as Zayart. He is just a fictional person because of some special purpose." "What purpose?" "For example, an assassination." The Director of Peace between Man and Nature smiled faintly and quickly walked to his seat. Then he picked up a flower book from his seat and slapped it in front of Boss Luo. "We found a mark like this on Ji Lien's body." It is a tattoo. Boss Luo looked down at the picture on the book. This picture is very special. The director of Peace Between Man and Nature said in a deep voice, "This is a bloodline mark that only the royal blood of the kingdom Kadias, which was destroyed by our country 19 years ago. This mark is born with it and cannot be forged. It will appear automatically when one is agitated. We have never found this, but when we were interrogating Julien, he was slightly agitated, and our interrogators found it." Then, the director of Peace Between Man and Nature sneered, "This bloodline mark is enough to prove that Julien is a descendant of the royal family of the destroyed Kingdom Kadias. So, in order to take revenge, you planned this with your own hands. You fabricated a person called Zayart with the purpose of entering the palace to assassinate. For this purpose, you even cruelly killed Max. In order to complete your lie, in order to make us believe that Zayart really exists, then you can use your current identity to continue hiding in the King City and wait for an opportunity to act." "Really?" Boss Luo opened his mouth. "You have a rich imagination. You admit it, right? Then why do we still put the important masks and weapons in places where they can be found?" Boss Luo shook his head and said, "Isn't it better to hide in other places? Staying outside is better than being brought to the guards division. This is where you are smart." The director of Peace Between Man and Nature said indifferently, "Taking revenge on the kingdom is such a big thing. I don't believe that there are only 2 of you. You must have other accomplices. If my guess is correct, perhaps another Zayart will appear soon. At that time, you will be able to walk out of our suspicious line of sight. As victims, you will be much safer." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Sir, didn't you say at the beginning that you want to help us and don't want us to be mistakenly killed by the guards? Why did you suddenly have this idea now?" I couldn't hold back my train of thought." The director of Peace Between Man and Nature shrugged and smiled. "The more you talk, the more it seems to be the case. So are you going to tell me that this is how it is?" He narrowed his eyes and looked straight into Boss Luo's eyes. Boss Luo said indifferently, "Then let's see if Zayart will appear again." "You are not afraid that he will be sent to the guards?" The director of Peace Between Man and Nature said expressionlessly. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "I guess the guards must have sent someone to privately report the information. But it is more likely that this person has already been stopped on the way. Perhaps it is your subordinate?" "Why should I do that?" The director of Peace Between Man and Nature said indifferently, "The suspect of the assassination of the palace is a serious criminal. Privately detaining him is not a good crime." Boss Luo blinked and said, "Because this is how it is in TV dramas." "TV dramas? What is that?" The director of Peace Between Man and Nature couldn't help but be stunned. Boss Luo smiled and said, "Something like a story or a stage play." The director of Peace Between Man and Nature approached Boss Luo. The 2 of them were only 2 fingers apart. He said expressionlessly, "Is it that funny?" Boss Luo smiled slightly. The director of Peace Between Man and Nature suddenly said in a deep voice, "Someone, send him to prison. Treat this innocent victim with good food and drinks." The director of Peace Between Man and Nature sat on the chair in the interrogation room rather inelegantly. His fingers lightly tapped his forehead. The recorder couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Sir, why don't you use torture? These criminals are all very eloquent. Even if we can't get anything out of them, it is good to let them suffer a little." The director of Peace Between Man and Nature grabbed the teacup and threw it out. He snorted and said, "Who am I, the director of Peace Between Man and Nature? If I have to rely on heavy punishment to solve a case, where will I put my face if word gets out? What's wrong with using torture to deal with criminals?" The recorder's eyes were full of question marks. Then, do we really have to treat them with good food and drinks?" The recorder could only ask tentatively. The director of Peace Between Man and Nature said indifferently, "We have to use different methods to deal with different people. Of course, heavy punishment is the most effective way to deal with those low-class thieves. But this person is the most difficult kind to deal with. Only by breaking down his inner defense line, psychologically, can we really get something out of him. Otherwise, under the heavy punishment, if he spouts a bunch of nonsense, we'll only be running around and wasting the resources of the guards division. Why don't we try using mental attack? The recorder suggested. Directly destroy his spirit, then he can say anything. Mental attack can easily, completely destroy his will. If he becomes a living dead, then the loss will outweigh the gain. The director of peace between man and nature shook his head. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't act recklessly. But we can't hide it from the guards for long. The recorder shook his head. Sir, I don't want to say this, but the assassin is such a big matter. The guards division doesn't need to intervene, right? Just directly hand it over to the guards. Why do you have to get involved in this muddy water? Besides, Jillian is a descendant of the royal family of Cadiez. Hiding the remnants of the royal family of another country is a bigger crime. Sir, I have my own plans. The director of peace between man and nature waved his hand. You can go. Keep a tight lid on this. If anyone leaks it out, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship. This is a big matter. I will report it to my teacher. Yes, the recorder nodded. The teacher of peace between man and nature was the kingdom's sword saint, Liulo, who was also the head of the guards division. Perhaps only the sword saint could handle this matter. He let out a slight sigh of relief and slowly retreated. In the interrogation room, the director of peace between man and nature once again picked up the sword that he had found. He pulled it out, and a stream of light suddenly shone in the interrogation room. He jumped out with the sword and quickly performed a few moves in the interrogation room. In the end, he slashed the wall with the sword and directly cut the special engraving on the wall, leaving a deep sword mark on the wall. This sword, is it really one of the 3 divine weapons? The director of peace between man and nature lowered his head and said nothing. He narrowed his eyes and looked at his arm. At this time, he slowly pulled up his sleeve and saw a blood-red coat of arms, which had already appeared at this time. It has been a day and a night. In the prison, the castle trio squatted in 3 corners of the same cell. This was what Dr. Gore said. Yes, it has been a day and a night, but we are still here. The maid repeated the doctor's words and then added, We have not eaten for a day and a night. Our professional ability is sealed. If we can't even get the most basic physical strength, we are likely to be the first batch of servants to starve to death. See, Sneeve, what are you eating? Dr. Gores suddenly said at this time. He saw that Sneeve in the corner had a short tail in his mouth at this time. Hearing this, Sneeve sneered and spread out his palm. At this time, there was half of a lizard's body in his palm. Do you want it? It tastes good. Crunch, crunch. Bah. Dr. Gore snorted and was about to speak, but he heard the door of the cell open at this time and saw a jailer escorting someone in. Dr. Gores looked carefully and saw the appearance of the person who was escorted in, and his eyes widened. You, come over. See who I see? The maid and Sneeve frowned at the same time and got up and walked over. In the corridor outside the cell, a figure walked slowly, then stopped in front of them and was sent to the opposite cell. Until the jailers left, Dr. Gores hurriedly grabbed the iron bars of the cell and exclaimed in disbelief, Sir, Captain, how did you get caught by them? What a coincidence, Mr. Gores. I didn't expect to meet you here. Boss Luo in the opposite cell was quite surprised at this time. I seem to be involved in some cases by accident. Dr. Jurl's eyes turned black at once. It's over, even you've been caught. It's over. Who can save us like this? Don't worry. Boss Luo comforted at this time. We have not been convicted yet. We have to believe in fairness and justice. What kind of fairness and justice are you talking about? We're all illegal residents. We don't have any proof of identity, okay? Sir Captain, you must have a plan, right? Dr. Gore said at this time, I know you must have a way. Come, be good. Just like before, take out some items from your treasure bag. such as the invisibility scroll or the heart of war god gems. Anything will do. I don't think I can take them out now. Boss Luo raised his hand and shook the shackles, making clanking sounds. What do I need you for? Of course, this. Dr. Gores didn't say it out loud. Suddenly, Dr. Gores grabbed Sneev's hand and took the remaining half of the reptile's body from his palm, stuffing it directly into his mouth. Chapter 1843. Boss Luo did not see Jillian. At least, Jillian had not appeared since he was brought to the cell. She might be imprisoned somewhere else, or she might still be under interrogation. According to the available information, there were only these possibilities. Boss Luo tore a small piece of white bread with his hand and slowly put it into his mouth. He seemed to be thinking about something and was lost in thought. However, the gaze from the opposite cell interrupted Boss Luo's thoughts. Why is your food so good? Gore's voice sounded. It came from the opposite cell, as if the voice had traveled across the sea. It sounded very far away. This was indeed the best food that the prison wardens could provide at the last minute. It was at the request of the Garrison Guard Division. Do you want to eat? Luocho reached out and picked up 2 pieces of white bread, ready to throw it over. They were now servants, and their bodies were completely different from their previous bodies. As vampires for many years, Gores and Tina had forgotten the taste of human food. They were busy fighting and killing along the way, so they had little time to sit down and eat good food. Even if they did, it was in the process of discussing something, so it was difficult to find the beauty of food. They would be hungry because of the high consumption of the body of professionals. Their hunger would be far more intense than that of ordinary people. Although they could endure it, it was difficult to endure. When did they ever suffer from hunger? Not even a day, let alone a day and a night without food and water. Oh, Dr. Gores and Sneeve ate a small reptile. This made Dr. Gores feel even more uncomfortable. His stomach churned as if he was a vampire who drank expired blood. He felt that his spirit was greatly damaged. We need to replenish our strength to be able to cope with the next situation. So Dr. Gores said sternly, "Look at our poor Sneeve. How hungry is he? My God, the hunger has tortured him to the point that he wants to reach out to the insects in the cell." Snake opened his mouth and pointed at himself in shock. Then he snorted coldly. At this moment, bread was tossed over from the opposite cell, as well as a few pieces of meat made from soy sauce. "Thank God, you deserve my faith." The doctor was spouting nonsense at this time, probably because in the world of chessboard, even the real God couldn't hear his not-so-sincere prayers. It smells so good. It smelled so good. Compared to the taste of insects, it was many times better. Sneeve felt that he was still a human, so he couldn't deny his human instinct. The trio in the castle ate silently with complicated feelings. They were prisoners, yet they were given food. Let's break out of prison. Finally, Dr. Gores stood up abruptly and said, "This is what we should be doing." As he spoke, he threw the remaining crumbs of bread onto the ground, just like the cup that was thrown during the uprising, but it fell silently to the ground. Prison break? Boss Luo's voice came from the opposite cell. It didn't travel across the ocean, but it sounded like it was right next to their ears. "You don't agree?" Dr. Gores frowned. "Do you really believe in the so-called **T justice?" Boss Luo shook his head. "I'm thinking I haven't tried to break out of prison before. It sounds good." "Then, Mr. Gores, do you already have a plan?" He indicated that he didn't, but it wasn't too late to think about it now, so he pondered. Boss Luo smiled and was about to drink something, but he found that there was no black tea among the food that he was used to drinking, so he gave up the idea. Not much time had passed in the outside world of chessboard, probably not even a night had passed. But it had been a long time, especially when he accompanied the first-day Mayfair through 1,000 yesterdays. The boss missed the black tea made by his servant girl. "Let's speed up the progress of the game," he muttered. "What did you say?" Dr. Gores suddenly pricked up his ears. He clearly heard the muttering. Nothing. Boss Luo said casually, I'm just thinking that the prison of the guards division seems to have been built for a long time, and it must have imprisoned countless prisoners in the past. I don't know if there were any prisoners who successfully broke out of prison. For example, they used decades to secretly dig a tunnel without telling the jailers, or something like that. As he spoke, Boss Luo really started to search in his cell, quietly looking for the walls and the floor. He wouldn't be traumatized, right? Gore subconsciously looked at Tina, who was standing beside him, and asked hesitantly. Miss Maid shook her head blankly. But at this moment, Sneev's face suddenly changed slightly and directly made a shushing gesture. Shoo, there's movement. It wasn't the movement of the jailers, but a strange movement from the opposite cell. Dr. Gores suddenly opened his eyes wide. God, the great vampire ancestor above. What did he see? He actually saw the captain of his servant team, at this time, really overturned a floor. It was a floor. It was really a floor. A square. Hey, there really is. Boss Luo said at this time, there seems to be a secret passage here, look. Dr. Gores, What? He's gone? Peace between man and nature, who was working overtime in his office, frowned at this time. When did this happen? Why did he disappear? The subordinate, who was sweating at this time, said with a trembling voice, It should have happened after the meal was delivered, and before the first patrol at night. In the cell where the prisoners were held, we found a secret passage. It looked very old. I'm afraid it was dug by former prisoners. The prison is inspected and repaired every month, and you're telling me that prisoners dug an escape tunnel in the past? How long ago was this? 3 days ago, 7 days ago, or 10 days ago? Can you dig it for me to see? And when have we ever lost a prisoner in the prison of the garrison division? Bullshit. Sir, it's true. The subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Of course I'll go. Peace between man and nature snorted, stood up directly, and went straight out. He didn't even wear shoes. In front of the cell where the accident happened, Peace between man and nature, who was barefooted, looked at the jailers who were busy back and forth in the cell expressionlessly, and gradually became impatient. He had already seen the escape tunnel in the cell. It was indeed old, and definitely not something that could be dug recently. As for the exit of the tunnel, it was in a rockery outside the cell, a total distance of about 13 meters. But what made peace between man and nature strange was that Luaccio could have easily left by himself. But he actually turned back after taking out the tunnel. After knocking out a jailer, he also released the 3 little thieves from the scene of Max's murder. Could it be that they knew each other, or that they were actually accomplices? At this moment, a subordinate carrying a lamp quickly walked in front of peace between man and nature, trembling in fear. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, pack your bags and get out of here, and go back to the countryside to farm. Sir, it's clear. The subordinate said in fear and trepidation. It turns out that the prison really did lose a prisoner 10 years ago. That prisoner was the nephew of the jailer who was in charge of the prison at that time. So the 2 of them plotted to escape from the prison. At that time, the prisoner disappeared, and they lied that the prisoner died of illness. Later, they bribed the medical officer, saying that there was a plague after the prisoner died. So they burned the body overnight and destroyed the evidence. What about the jailer who was in charge of the prisoner? He just committed suicide. The subordinate swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said nervously, I'm afraid that he was exposed, and because he was afraid, peace between man and nature was silent and walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. 10 years, more than 10 years, and this secret passage is still there? The subordinate said, I'm afraid that this guy was afraid that he would be in prison one day, so he left it for himself to escape, or, as long as he met the right person, he could use it to make a huge profit. Humph. Peace between man and nature snorted coldly. That craftsman who was in charge of the monthly maintenance is also guilty. Bring him back for interrogation immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinate took 2 steps back, and then quickly waved his hand, indicating that the people below him should go and arrest the craftsman. How could he have met with this? A secret passage for 10 years. Peace between man and nature looked at the rockery outside the prison cell at the exit of the secret passage and couldn't help but frown. No one can have such luck. Sir, what should we do now? The person we lost is a major suspect who was involved in the assassination of the palace. If this is leaked out, then don't go back to the countryside to farm. Prepare to be exiled. Peace between man and nature snorted coldly. Immediately, peace between man and nature frowned and said in a low voice, "The shackles on their hands are specially made. Without a key, they can't be opened in a short period of time, as long as they can't use their powers. Even if they escaped from the guards division, they shouldn't have gone far. I'll send someone to search immediately." The subordinate quickly responded. "Wait." Peace between man and nature suddenly shouted, and then squinted at the subordinate and said, "Remember, the guards division has never arrested any suspects, but the guards division has found a major suspect in the assassination case. Immediately notify the Imperial Guards and issue a warrant for the arrest. The guards division will be mobilized, and together with the Imperial Guards, they will hunt for the culprit in the entire city." The entire garrison division was in a state of chaos. Peace between man and nature's face was so gloomy that it could frighten people. When she returned to her office, she was informed that the little girl in white, who was brought back from Locke's arms shop, had mysteriously disappeared. However, Julienne was still there. After the interrogation, Peace between man and nature ordered people to keep Julienne somewhere else. Peace between man and nature stroked the sword that she had confiscated and became more and more confused. "If you want to clear your name, why did you run away? Could it be that something happened?" They smelled the scent of freedom, as if they had been redeemed. All that was left was a drizzle to wash them away. But the moonlight was just right. "So we're out now." So simple? Dr. Gores was still suspicious of what was happening at this moment. Was that the guards division prison, which was known as the Iron Fortress? "Doctor, I think it's too early for us to be happy," Tina said suddenly. "Indeed." Dr. Gores nodded and looked at the shackles on his body. The only flaw was that they didn't find the key to open the shackles that were used to imprison professionals. That kind of thing should be stored in a special place, and it couldn't be casually held by the jailers. Not this. Miss Maid said faintly, "I'm talking about our captain disappeared again." "Oh? What? Boss Luo really disappeared. They couldn't find any trace of him. The 3 people in the castle didn't even know when their captain disappeared." What should we do now?" Miss Tina asked calmly. Dr. Gores pondered for a moment and finally looked at the 2 people and said solemnly, "Find something to eat." "Yes." Clang. The sound of metal falling to the ground. This was a special shackle that was used to imprison professionals. Luaccio rubbed his wrist. The girl in white in front of him was holding a key that could be used to open the shackle. "How do you have the key?" Boss Luo asked curiously. "Analyze. Scan the core structure of the shackle, and you can deduce the size of the key." Araya in white slightly raised his head and said indifferently, "Then you can create a key with the material structure on the spot." "That's right. Speaking of which, you are the creator of the subworld." Boss Luo rubbed Araya in white's little head. "But if you use this kind of power, aren't you afraid that the chessboard will discover that you have already left the home of elves?" "I encrypted it. This level won't be discovered." Araya shook his head and then said, "Moreover, the will of the chessboard is quite chaotic and low energy." "Low energy?" Boss Luo blinked. Araya tried to express it in a more direct way, similar to mental retardation. It was mental retardation. "I think I know why." Boss Luo smiled and then opened his palm. A stone engraved with ancient oracle bone script appeared on his palm. "Because of this." "This is..." Araya in white couldn't help but think. Boss Luo secretly glanced at Araya in white and suddenly said, I have some similar fragments in my hand, and they were all found in the home of elves under the bed in Mayfair's room. In a box, don't you know? Araya in white shook her head, and she looked more confused. The two goddesses of creation were her avatars that were projected during the civilization reboot, which was equivalent to half of her. Mayfair was also the reincarnation of Gloria, which was equivalent to a part of her, but she couldn't find any records of this part in her memory. Root authority user, I suspect that my memory has been tampered with. At this moment, Alea in white had reverted to her original emotionless voice. Chapter 1844. A small stone fragment was rotating between Nan Xiaonan's fingers. This was not the original slate fragment she found. It was just something she randomly picked up on the road. Her two fragments had already been handed over to Boss Luo on the way to King's City. As for why she picked up such a stone fragment, there was no other reason. It was just to have a substitute. It was easier for her to meditate. In fact, she mainly relied on the visualization method taught by the sealed big rock in the roaring forest. However, it had been more than 2 days since she came to King City. Aside from sensing the existence of the slate fragment once, there was no other reaction from the visualization method. And after the reaction of the new slate fragment appeared, it soon disappeared mysteriously. Such a big king city, the center of the whole Elnis kingdom, the most prosperous city on the continent, is there only one fragment? She leaned on the table and looked out the window of the luxurious suite of the hotel. The curfew outside was because of the assassin incident. The king city at night lost its liveliness. There were not many lights on the street. The whole city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. After meeting Tang Tianlin in the morning, there had been no news of him until now. He said that he was going to infiltrate the palace through the battle arena, so he didn't know if the assassination this time had any effect on his plans. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. At this time, she shouldn't have called room service. Could it be Tang Tianlin? This was the most likely possibility. Nan Xiaonan quickly stood up, tidied up the loose nightgown on her body, and then opened the door. You're back so soon. Oh, Mr. Lo. I didn't disturb your rest, did I, Lady Nan? No. Nan Xiaonan, who was tying the belt of her nightgown, suddenly stopped, and then said unexpectedly, I've taken a shower. No, nothing. Please come in and sit. She hurriedly stepped aside and made an inviting gesture in a rather reserved manner. Sorry to disturb you. Then Boss Luo came in. Nan Xiaonan gently closed the door behind him, then took a breath quietly, and then quickly brushed her hair, and then tied the belt. It looked like it was tied, but it was loose. Then she pulled the neckline open a little. She took a deep breath again, and then showed a faint smile. She seemed to casually walk to Boss Luo's side. How did Mr. Lo know I'm here? Nan Xiaonan slowly sat down beside Boss Luo and crossed her legs. Her clean legs were exposed from the gap under the nightgown. Under the soft light, they were like beautiful jade that had been warm for thousands of years. There was the aroma of alcohol and the smell of cheese. These were all part of the room. Nan Xiaonan knew how to enjoy here, with Tang Tianlin's gold coins. Boss Luo calmly said to the question of the witch of his subworld, Lady Nan, would you be puzzled by the fact that I can find you? Of course not. Nan Xiaonan smiled and immediately said, what do you want to drink? No, I'm not thirsty. Boss Luo shook his head, and I'm not hungry. Nan Xiaonan suddenly had no conventional topic, so she had to say, Mr. Lo, you came to me so late. There should be something special, right? Luocho smiled and said, Lady Nan, are you interested in exploring the palace at night? Palace? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but startled at this time. She opened her mouth and said, You mean now? I'm afraid it's not a good time. Now the palace's security must be unprecedentedly tight. Besides, You should know that I have almost no ability here. Several scrolls were placed in front of Nan Xiao and Boss Luo took them out. These are some professional scrolls I found on the way. Boss Luo smiled and said, Lady Nan, see if there are any suitable scrolls. She didn't look at them immediately, but just stared at the man who walked into her room in the middle of the night and said seriously, Are you serious? I'll wait for you outside. Boss Luo smiled. After leaving these professional scrolls, he pushed the door open and went out, leaving Nan Xiaonan staring at the professional scrolls in a daze. Nan Xiaonan suddenly shook her head, tidied up her collar, and looked like a noble lady, and then raised her middle finger toward the door. You don't know what's good for you. In the alley next to the hotel, when Nan Xiaonan arrived, Boss Luo was tearing some bread and feeding some stray cats here. There was probably a litter of them. She curiously came behind Luo Qiu. It was said that such a man was a kind person, but it didn't seem to apply to this Mr. Luo. Probably for this Mr. Luo, feeding stray cats was not much different from feeding humans. Are you ready, Lady Nan? Boss Luo patted the water and stood up. Nan Xiaonan shrugged and said, The summoner profession is somewhat similar to my previous ability. Look. She stretched out her hand, and a complicated circle suddenly appeared in the palm of her hand, and then a small creature came out. It looked like a kitten, like the stray cats on the ground. This thing seems to be called Light Spirit. Nan Xiaonan said casually, It should be good for gathering information. Thank you for giving me this profession change scroll. She returned all the scrolls that she didn't pick. Mr. Luo wouldn't mind, but she couldn't be too greedy. She still understood the rules. Level? Boss Luo asked curiously. After changing classes, there's a 3-level increase. Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, Now I'm a level 5 professional. Boss Luo nodded and took out a bag. He shook it and a pile of items fell out. They were items that emitted an extraordinary glow. Some weapons and some armor. I've already picked them out. They're all suitable for summoners. Boss Luo kept the bag and said, There are also some leveling scrolls. Let's level up as we go. Oh, I feel like I'm starting to play the same game as you, Mr. Luo. Nan Xiaonan accepted it without hesitation. I really like this appellation. Take it as a reward for the 2 fragments Lady Nan gave me. Luoqiu said casually. The light of leveling up began to flicker on Nan Xiaonan's body. She asked, So, how are we going to sneak into the palace? The summoner profession should have a lot of methods. Boss Luo smiled and said, Please, Lady Nan. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes. She knew why the profession change scroll had a summoner system that was similar to her previous ability. Arrange. The sound of falling and the frightened sobbing of the maids could be heard. Maid Laura had just left for a while when these sounds came from Princess Carol's palace. The maids finally saw Lady Laura. They panicked and crawled in front of her. Lady Laura, Her Highness, Her Highness, Her Highness. Even if they were only separated by a screen, they could see the angry figure of the princess. There's nothing else for you to do. You can all leave. The maid slowly ordered. The maids suddenly trembled and rushed out of the door. Laura picked up an ornament from the ground and put it back in its original place. Then she walked behind the screen. Inside the bathtub that was filled with steam, the angry princess of the kingdom was slapping the pool uncontrollably. In the pool, there were several male corpses floating. They seemed to have been played to death. Your Highness, you're tired from playing today. You should rest. At the edge of the bathtub, Laura looked down and said indifferently, You're here. Laura. Every time the princess in the pool moved, her huge and bloated body would create ripples in the water. This isn't fun at all. They're all broken. I want more toys. Find me more toys. Do you hear me? Your Highness. The maid said indifferently. I said, You're tired from playing today. You should rest. Laura, you dare to disobey my orders. The huge body in the pool directly broke out of the water. It was like a ferocious beast that got out of its cage. It quickly rushed towards Laura. The maid easily dodged and then grabbed Princess Carol's wrist and threw her to the ground. The impact caused the edge of the bathtub to crack. "You dare to make a move against me!" The angry princess' eyes turned red. But soon, Princess Carol's body trembled. She seemed to see the steam turning into the head of a ferocious dragon. The dragon's eyes were staring at her. "Her Majesty the Empress ordered me to take care of you." He only heard the head maid say expressionlessly, "Take care of your daily life and eat as usual. Your Highness, it's almost time to sleep. Please return to your room, your bed. I'll have someone deliver the toys you want tomorrow." "I won't let you go. I won't let you go." The huge body trembled in fear. While it got up, it clamored, it quickly went to its room. "Laura, I'll have my mother kill you. Just you wait." The hot steam gradually faded away. Laura slowly sighed. Then, as if she had noticed something, she sharply looked at the back of a stone pillar opposite the bathtub. Her eyes narrowed. With a bang, a pair of huge blood-red wings opened behind her. "Do you need me to invite you out?" In the faint mist, a slightly short figure slowly walked out. It was actually a noble young master with a lazy smile on his face. The maid tilted her head and said, "Who are you?" "There aren't many people in the king's city who can sneak in without being guarded by several saints." "Lady Laura, have you forgotten me so quickly?" At this time the noble young master chuckled and said, "Or have I been gone for so long that Lady Laura has forgotten about me?" The young man in the mist gradually grew taller, and a mature mustache grew on his face. "It's you, Varley." Laura couldn't help but frown. Then she coldly snorted. "Her Majesty the Empress has ordered that once you appear, you're to be killed." She directly passed through the bathtub. Her slender arm instantly turned into a dragon's hand covered with red scales. Still so easily angered, Laura, Mr. Varley, who had regained his appearance as the owner of the castle, faced the dragon's hand that brought a fishy wind. He didn't panic and directly pinched it. Then he gently pulled Laura into his arms. While Laura was panicking, Mr. Varley directly kissed her. This kiss made the angry dragon emissary fall into a daze. After a moment, Laura reacted. Her eyes were filled with anger as she fiercely punched Mr. Varley, sending him to the wall. His entire body was embedded in it. "Damn it, you!" Laura wiped her lips forcefully. "Don't be nervous, Laura." At this time, the adult Mr. Varley came out from the wall and wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth. "I just came here to visit an old friend. Besides, you're reluctant to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just sent me flying. You would have directly pierced my heart." Laura sneered and said, "You're thinking too much. I just thought that killing you would be too easy. I'll personally bring you to Her Majesty the Empress and let you receive the punishment you deserve. That would be the best judgment for you." "I'll go see her." The adult Mr. Varley smiled and said, "But not now, but I promise you I will definitely go and see her." He slowly walked in front of Laura and reached out to hold her dragon's hand. He lifted it up and gently moved his fingers on the scale-covered dragon's hand. Laura's body lightly trembled as if she got an electric shock. "I like your hand." Mr. Varley chuckled at this time and said, "Every inch of your skin seems to contain a huge amount of power. It's so fascinating." He looked at Laura's eyes, then with a devilish smile, he bowed his head and kissed the ugly dragon's hand. She suddenly let out a soft moan. Mr. Varley chuckled and directly hugged Laura. Before the bath mist finally dispersed, he disappeared with her in his arms. "Why did you come back?" This wasn't a dragon's hand, it was a woman's almost perfect hand. She ran her finger lightly over Mr. Varley's breast, and at last stopped at his heart. Her fingertips were straight up, but she soon moved them away. "Because of some accidents I didn't expect," Mr. Varley indifferently said. "So I came back early." "You shouldn't have come back." Laura faintly said, "The Empress will definitely kill you. You killed nearly half of the dragons in the continent. She won't let you go, and I won't either. I'm willing to die in your hands." He kissed Laura's forehead and lightly said, "Only you can hold my heart." "I'm not the child who didn't understand anything." She coldly said, "When you said this sentence, I knew." He turned over and stroked the dragon messenger's cheek with his palm and whispered, "You're still the little Laura I knew, the child who hid under the table and stole food." He kissed her passionately. Her body didn't resist, but she symbolically struggled a few times. Amidst the heavy breathing, Mr. Varley's voice suddenly sounded. "Help me do something." What is it?" She crawled forward with difficulty on her stomach. "I want King Amos's key." Can't, I. Suddenly, more sharp shouts came from outside. It was the guards in the palace. "Assassin!" Chapter 1845. A while ago, the caravan passed through the towering palace walls and then stopped. A large number of palace guards surrounded them at the same time, waiting for Dai Fa. "This is the new chief of the battle arena, the person that Her Highness the Princess wants to see. Quickly step aside." The tall man in the lead coldly snorted. But since the assassination had happened not long ago, the palace was strictly investigating. Even if the person the princess wanted to see was someone disguised as a spy, the loyal palace guards didn't dare to let them pass. At this moment, outside the princess's palace, the noise made sacred swordsman Liulo walk out with an unsightly expression. "Let them pass." At this time, the sword saint stood behind the guards and said expressionlessly, "If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Since the sword saint had spoken, the guards had no choice but to step aside. The guards of the princess palace, riding on their battle beasts, arrogantly walked past the guards. When they arrived in front of Sword Saint Liu Luo, the captain of the guards dismounted and gave a greeting. This was the proper etiquette for a saint, not an official exchange. "I've troubled Sir Sword Saint to wait here." The captain smiled faintly, seemingly proud of himself. Sword Saint Liu Luo faintly said, "Laura told me to wait for you." "I've finished my business. You should go in now. Don't hinder the patrol. If something happens, I'll be the first to cut you down." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You Luo, you're the first one I'll kill." The captain's complexion slightly changed. He lowered his head, his eyes were hazy, but he still respectfully complied. Then he quickly climbed onto his battle beast and shouted, "Let's go!" Sword Saint Liu Luo watched his personal guards pass by indifferently. Among them, there was a rarely seen black-haired, yellow-skinned youth. He was riding on a tall war beast and had a colorful embroidered ball hanging on his body. Although he was not looking sideways, he was secretly sizing up his surroundings. Sword Saint Liu Luo frowned and suddenly said, "You're the chief of the battle arena? What's your name?" "Tang." The black-haired youth with the embroidered ball on his battle beast indifferently replied, "I've seen Sir Sword Saint." Liulo nodded, then shook his head and said expressionlessly, "There's nothing wrong with wanting to prove one's strength. It's not shameful for a young man to want to succeed in life, but you have to know that some things don't just fall from the sky. I hope you won't regret what you did today." "Lord Sword Saint?" The captain of the guards couldn't help but frown. At this time, Sword Saint Liu Luo said indifferently, "What's wrong? This old man likes to nag. You, the captain of His Highness' personal guard, also have a problem with that?" "I wouldn't dare." The leader of the guards finally snorted softly, then ordered his men to quicken their pace. The new leader of the battle arena, Tang, nodded at Sword Saint Liulo. "I believe that when an opportunity comes, we should seize it, no matter if it's a good opportunity or a bad one. If we don't advance, we'll retreat." The guards slowly left. After Sword Saint Liulo watched them leave, he slowly shook his head and sighed, muttering, "He should have been a good seedling. What a pity." But at this moment, a pillar of fire shot up to the sky from the other side of the royal palace. The fire even reached Princess Carol's palace, where Sword Saint Yuri Luo was. That's the direction! Sword Saint Liulo's gaze suddenly focused. When a human sword saint, a Saint Realm expert, had a sharp gaze, it was as if countless sharp swords rose up from the surroundings, piercing the guards until they felt a dull pain. At this time, an ear-piercing shout sounded in the palace. Assassinates dash! Although the palace was huge, with the speed of a human saint, it was only a blink of an eye's distance away. When Sword Saint Liulo arrived, he saw that the guards of the palace were currently encircling a huge, flaming serpent. A group of palace guards had already fallen on the ground. There were burn marks on their bodies, and they were currently wailing and rolling, but it seemed that no real corpses could be seen. At this time, the guards were trying to use dozens of chains to imprison the burning snake. But even with the combined strength of dozens of people, they were still unable to completely suppress the strength of this huge snake. Where did this huge snake come from? It's Lord Sword Saint. Answer me. I don't know. It suddenly popped out from the ground and started spitting fire crazily. Many guards have already been burned. We can't suppress it. What a powerful monster. Get out of the way. Sword Saint Liulo shouted in a low voice. Knowing that this human sword saint was about to make a move, those guards who were using chains to imprison the burning snake didn't dare to stay any longer. They all released the chains in their hands. Seeing that the huge snake was released, it instantly went berserk and spat out a huge mouthful of flames. Bastard, how dare you! Sword Saint Liulo snorted coldly and cut open the flames with his sword. Just as he was about to make a move again and kill this huge snake, he didn't expect that this huge burning snake actually drilled into the ground. Liulo couldn't help but be startled at this moment. He secretly thought that this bastard was so good at escaping. But at this time, the huge snake had already drilled into the ground and was traveling underground. If he were to make a move again, he would inevitably cause more than half of this palace to collapse. If it was another place, it would be fine. But this was the palace. The human sword saint couldn't help but be a little afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Just as he was at his wit's end, a guard who was in a sorry state hurriedly flew over. Report. Powerful monsters have appeared in the gardens of the palace, the main hall where His Majesty is discussing matters, and in addition to the Forbidden Army camp where the guards live and the hunting ground. Seeing the bloodstains on the body of the palace guard who came to report, it was obvious that there was a fierce battle. Sword Saint Liulo frowned at this moment. He instantly jumped up high and indeed felt the aura of several monsters that were not weak. At this moment, there were actually sounds of fierce battle coming from within the palace walls. Who can control so many monsters at the same time? These monsters aren't weak. For them to appear so suddenly, it definitely wasn't set up beforehand. Sword Saint Liulo frowned at this moment as if he thought of something. Could it be the long-lost summoning profession? Is it that mysterious assassin from this afternoon? Lord Sword Saint, what should we do? Sword Saint Liulo quickly said, Send more guards to protect His Majesty. I will be able to suppress the monsters in the palace. But the princess's palace. There are still 2 sacred mages there. And a dragon. Don't even think about it. Sword Saint Liulo snorted coldly. He directly cut open the ground with his sword and dived into the ground as well. Assassin? The study wasn't big, but the collection of books was very rich. Elnis King Amos was currently standing in front of a bookshelf. The book in his hand seemed to be the only one of a kind. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards outside the door said anxiously, Your Majesty, it's dangerous. Please move to a safe place. However, King Amos pushed open the door of the study and looked at the people kneeling outside the door. He said calmly, What is a safe place? If this Elnis Kingdom's palace isn't a safe place, where else in the world can protect me? The guards couldn't help but be speechless. At this moment, King Amos waved his hand and said, I'm right here. As he said that, The king closed the door of the study. The palace guards were now drenched in cold sweat. They could only circle around the study to prevent even a fly from flying past. Then a mosquito landed on the neck of one of the guards. Smack kill. After King Amos returned to the study, he sat in front of the desk without any fear. However, it wasn't that he didn't care. Instead, he was deep in thought. Goo! A shadow moved in the depth of the bookshelf in the study. A low and hoarse voice slowly sounded. King, you called me. King Amos didn't raise his head at this moment. Another assassin came to the palace. What do you think? Is he in cahoots with the guy in the mask? I don't think so. Goo's voice sounded again. Then who could it be? King Amos showed a curious look. After a moment of silence, Goo's voice sounded again. There are many possibilities. You've destroyed many countries. There are many people who want to kill you. In addition, the dragon race also wants to kill you. And those extraterrestrial visitors also want to kill you. Earlier, I sniped 3 extraterrestrial visitors in that secret passage. At this moment, King Amos laughed and said, The only thing left is that the whole world wants to kill me, right? I'll protect you, King. I won't let you die. I'll die sooner or later. At this moment, King Amos shook his head and then smiled. Maybe I'll die of old age. Maybe I'll die of illness. Anything is possible. If fate wants me to die, can you save me? Can't you talk nicely? The Yamos king chuckled and then said seriously, Speaking of which, who could have caused this disturbance? Why do you think it's just a chaos? Goo asked secretly. King Amos said calmly, If it's not a chaos, then what is it? If it's an assassination, it should be a surprise attack like the masked assassin earlier. Now the whole palace is in a mess. But here it's peaceful. Why do you think it is? Maybe it's to create chaos in the palace and distract our attention so that they can strike like thunder. Bad plan. King Amos shook his head. Tell me what you think. Don't take my words for granted. Goo was silent for a moment, Summoner. To be able to enslave so many high-level monsters at once, it might be the Demon Dream Beast Tamer of the Summoner system. Demon Dream. King Amos frowned subconsciously and did not say anything. Goo's voice sounded again. There was once a country whose people could give birth to many bloodlines with the potential to become a summoner. Among them, the royal bloodline of this country was the strongest. Every generation of the royal family would give birth to at least one demon dream. This is the country that you have destroyed, Cadiez. I heard that there are still descendants of their royal family alive. King Amos said calmly, I might be too merciful. Goo was silent. King Amos waved his hand and said, Go and help. Although there are many saints in the palace, I think only Liulo is willing to run around for me. Don't tire him out. If I leave, what if you die? You can kill me. Even if you are here, I will still die. King Amos said expressionlessly, Go, but don't be gone for too long. For a while, Goo's voice did not sound again. King Amos picked up the unfinished book again, but he was a little absent-minded. Cadiez! Peace between man and nature. Could it be that I have awakened the demon dream bloodline? He shook his head, then laughed self-deprecatingly and said to himself, It seems that there are many people who want to kill me. King Amos seemed to have swept away these annoying things in an instant, and quickly flipped through the book again. Occasionally he would pick up the teacup and take a sip. What happened outside the window was really outside the window. Mr. Luo, do you think I've done well? At this time Nan Xiaonan was looking at the smoke-filled imperial palace with satisfaction. She felt as if she had returned, as if she had found a little bit of the elegance she had when she roamed the void and traveled through many subworlds. With a wave of her hand, she could make the continent panic. Indeed, it was not the same as before, but it was still better than being able to create some random things outside the chessboard. Look at these chaotic monsters, how majestic! The effect is not bad. Boss Luo nodded. Next, I'll have to trouble Lady Nan to maintain this chaos for a little longer." "Don't worry," Nan Xiaonan said proudly. "I'm famous for my endurance. Stamina, I'll go in and take a look." Boss Luo smiled at this time, and then jumped lightly, disappearing into the shadow. "You won't praise me?" Nan Xiaonan shook her head, then licked her lips, although she knew that the power of this profession was rootless and would disappear after leaving the chessboard world, but it was quite fun. She didn't believe that the chessboard profession's ability could cover her immortal witch ability after leaving. Thus, Nan Xiaonan waved her hand, and a scroll unfurled in front of her. On top of the scroll, there were impressively drawings of many powerful monsters. These were all powerful monsters that were sealed in the scroll. Her ability was to activate the images on the scroll and release the monsters inside. Oh, let me see which one should be released this time. Nan Xiaonan narrowed her eyes at this time, as if she didn't want to cause too much trouble. Or let's release all of them? Assassin! The voice of the guards sounded in this dark room. Laura suddenly stopped and pushed away the adult, Mr. Varley, behind her, then put on her clothes. She said indifferently, "I need to think about what you said. The palace is in chaos. You should leave quickly. This King Amos is not as simple as you think." Mr. Varley frowned at this time. He felt that this woman was indeed a little different from before. In the past, she would never push him away. "I must get King Amos' key," Mr. Varley said indifferently. At this time, Mr. Varley and Laura frowned almost at the same time, because a brilliant sword light had suddenly blossomed in the middle of the room. In the light, they saw a man with a silver mask at the same time. Chapter 1846. The bright sword light obviously had extraordinary power, but it was aimed at the messenger from the Dragon Clan, the most powerful clan in the continent. Laura was also a sacred realm, and a sacred realm of the Dragon Clan. Facing the attack of the sword light, she was not afraid. Dragon scales were one of the most powerful defenses in the world. The dragon's hand had broken countless swords. But at the moment when Laura was about to grab the sword, Mr. Varley, who had been silent and staring at the silver-masked man, suddenly said, "Don't grab the sword!" Seeing that the sword was about to fall into her hand, Mr. Varley's voice sounded. Laura abruptly turned her wrist and grabbed the silver-masked man's arm instead. However, the sword user's reaction was fast. At this time, the sword in his hand directly cut through the scales on Laura's dragon's hand. She was shocked and quickly retreated to Mr. Varley's side. She looked at the wound on her arm in disbelief. The dragon's scales had been broken, and the sword wound had even seeped into her skin. Blood was flowing out along the dense scales. This sword... Laura's eyes changed at this time. She became afraid. Aurora's aster. Mr. Varley said indifferently at this time, "It's almost a complete form. I've been here so many times, and I've taken Aurora's aster 5 times. This is the closest I've seen to the complete form. But you, if you are not a follower, who are you?" The silver-masked man didn't say a word at this time. He just waved the sword. Laura's blood on the sword instantly splashed to the ground. At this time, the blood dripping on the floor instantly eroded the floor. Dragon's blood was poisonous, and the blood of an evil dragon was even more poisonous. Seeing that the other person didn't speak, Mr. Varley didn't mind, but he slowly took a step forward. His intention was quite obvious. "It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I have a way to make you speak," Mr. Varley said indifferently. Then he stretched out his arm, and a big sword made of bones appeared in his hand. From the moment the bone sword appeared, a strong death aura spread out like a gust of wind. The silver-masked man felt the threat of death at this time. There was even a faint vibration from the sword in his hand. This was a confrontation between divine weapons of the same level. It was like the king of the grassland meeting the king of the forest. Just as he felt the threat of the bone sword, the silver-masked man made the first move. He slashed out a huge sword light. Mr. Varley chuckled and blocked with his sword. He easily tore the sword light apart. Without the professional power that matches it, even the sword light of Aurora's Aster is just a facade. If it's only at this level, I won't be interested. The silver-masked man still didn't say anything. He just slashed out a dozen sword lights in an instant. Mr. Varley shook his head. With a sweep, these sword lights were instantly destroyed. But at this time in the dim room, there was no trace of the silver-masked man. Not good. His target is Her Highness Carol, Laura exclaimed. At this time, she didn't care about her messy clothes as she rushed out of the door. Mr. Varley frowned at first, but he did not chase after her. He muttered to himself, "Princess Caro, the child of King Amos and the Dragon Queen. How brave, your majesty." Just like that, Mr. Varley hid in the darkness. Laura knew that Varley didn't chase after her. Although she knew that Varley was hiding in order to not expose their relationship, she still felt unhappy. Before long, she had already arrived in front of Princess Caro's palace. She saw 2 Saint Domain masters standing guard in front of the palace. There were also groups of guards around the palace. "Lady Laura, why are you in such a hurry?" The Saint Domain master with a better temper asked with a serious expression. "Is Her Highness all right?" Laura frowned. The Saint Domain master could only say, "Her Highness hasn't woken up since she fell asleep. We've been waiting here. Some disturbances have occurred in the palace, but it didn't affect this place." Laura frowned again. Then she ignored the Saint Domain master and went straight into the palace. When she saw Princess Caro sleeping soundly on the bed and determined that there was nothing wrong with her, the doubts in her heart increased. "Isn't the assassin's target Her Highness?" Laura couldn't help but mutter. But why did he break into Her Highness' palace? She wasn't worried that her relationship with Varley would be discovered. She knew that there weren't many people in the world who knew about Varley's identity. She could count them with one hand. Even if there were rumors outside, it would at most be a scandal about the princess maid having a secret rendezvous with a mysterious expert in the middle of the night. Is this the child of Yamos and the Dragon Queen? At this time, Mr. Varley's voice suddenly sounded in Laura's ear. Her eyes narrowed and she instantly waved the dragon's hand, but it was easily caught. "You've just had a deep conversation and you're already killing me." "Sure enough, you've grown up, little Laura." His voice was almost teasing. She stared at the man in front of her who wasn't real. "You're much prettier than your queen when you're angry." Mr. Varley let go of the other person and quickly said, "I was just curious to see Her Highness the Princess. I didn't mean to hurt her. After all, she's the child of your queen. I don't want her to hate me so much that she would endlessly hunt me down. After all, I still need to come here often, so I don't want to have too many troubles in the future. But then again, Her Highness the Princess appearance is really special. Her Highness doesn't like others to talk about her. If you have something to say, don't say it here." Laura said indifferently, "Does it matter?" Mr. Varley shrugged. "I saw you light up the carefree grass. Even a dragon would sleep for a long time." Laura indifferently said, "Her Highness' spirit is unstable, so this is the only way for her to sleep peacefully. Do you want to go out by yourself, or do you want me to invite you out?" "I'll leave right away," Mr. Varley said indifferently. "No matter what, there are still 2 Saint Masters outside. Sooner or later, they will be aware of my presence. Like I said before, Laura, help me get the key from the Yamos King. If you promise me, I'll take you out of here." Laura sneered. "The world is big, I can go wherever I want. Why would I need you to take me out?" "I'm talking about—" Mr. Varley whispered in her ear, "the world I live in. I'll take you out of this chessboard-like world. You refused me once before. Do you still want to refuse me this time?" Laura's eyes slightly changed, but she couldn't stand it anymore. "You can hide from 2 Saint Masters and appear in front of me silently. Why don't you take the key yourself?" "I've already tried." Mr. Varley shook his head and said, King Amos has a loathsome shadow by his side. I can't get too close. Even you. Laura couldn't help but frown. Why, you don't know that there's such a shadow by King Amos' side. Mr. Varley asked thoughtfully, It seems to be there, but it doesn't seem to be there. Laura shook her head. I felt it several times, but I couldn't find any trace of it. I haven't been able to confirm it. Mr. Varley said, I can feel the power of a divine weapon from that shadow. Is it one of the 3 divine weapons of the Illness Kingdom, the 10 directional heavenly punishment? Probably. Mr. Varley said indifferently, If I get hit by that thing, I'm afraid it won't feel good. So about the key, I'll come back. After saying that, Mr. Varley quickly hid in the shadows. Laura frowned. At this time, a maid timidly bowed her head and said with a trembling voice, Lady Laura, the saint outside sent me to ask if anything happened to Her Highness. No, you can go. Laura waved her hand. Her Highness is sleeping very soundly. Tell them not to worry. Yes, seeing that the maid had left, Laura slowly sighed. She went to Princess Carol's side and sat down. She silently looked at Wally. Wally didn't appear again. Obviously, he had really left this time. At least, he wasn't in Princess Carol's palace. I can't hide this matter. Suddenly, Laura stood up and clenched her teeth. With a wave of her hand, a rhombus-shaped crystal appeared in her palm. She clenched the crystal and closed her eyes. After a while, a low female voice sounded in Laura's ears. Laura, what's the matter? Is Carol disobedient again? Your Majesty, there's something I must tell you. Speak. Varley has appeared. Finally, the blood feud of the hundreds of dragons. Bang! The crystal suddenly exploded in Laura's palm, shattering into dust. Her lips trembled, and she sat down weakly. She whispered, Her Majesty the Empress is about to descend to Elness, Imperial Palace, King Amos's study. At this time, the guards were nervously looking around. But soon, a faint fragrance drifted in the air. They suddenly felt sleepy and fell down one by one without warning. At the same time, a figure quickly walked to the door of the study. He was a man with a silver mask and a sword in his hand. He broke the door open. The moment the door was broken open, the man shouted in a low voice, King Amos, your time to die has come. A strong wind accompanied the man's voice into the study. In front of the desk, King Amos's hair was blown by the wind. Facing the fierce killing intent of the man with the silver mask, King Amos put down the book in his hand. Do you have any other lines? The man with the silver mask sneered. Without saying anything, he stabbed with his sword. The sword emitted a bright light at the tip of the sword. King Amos's eyes narrowed. He suddenly pulled out a gorgeous long sword hanging on the wall behind him and directly slashed at the assassin's sword. The gorgeous, long sword instantly broke when it hit the sword. However, the heavy force made the assassin's entire arm numb. The sword fell out of his hand and fell to the ground. The assassin was shocked and instinctively reached out to grab the sword that fell to the ground. At this time, King Amos threw the broken sword in his hand, which hit the sword and sent it flying. The incomparably sharp sword easily pierced into the wall after being sent flying. At this time, King Amos said coldly, Is this how Liulo taught you to use the sword? The man with the silver mask suddenly stopped breathing. Then he sneered, If there is a chance, I will fight with the sword saint and learn from him. You have a fast reaction. King Amos nodded. Under the assassin's gaze, he slowly returned to the chair and sat down again. He said indifferently, If you don't want to admit it, then leave. Come back next time when you are ready. His arm was still numb. Although King Amos' sword was broken, its power, he was silent for a moment. He glanced at the sword that was inserted into the wall behind King Amos. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you really going to let me go? King Amos acted as if he didn't hear him. He picked up the book and even turned his body sideways. The assassin's gaze was fixed on him, but he retreated step by step. Finally, he reached the entrance. He secretly wondered if King Amos was really going to let him go. But at this time, King Amos suddenly muttered to himself. In the evening, the guards found the mask and weapon of the assassin who entered the palace during the day from Locke's weapon shop. But the next day, the same assassin appeared again with the same sword. What a coincidence! Of course, there are many coincidences in the world. It's not strange. The assassin's gaze suddenly shrank. His whole body turned cold. You know, he looked at King Amos with a trace of fear in his eyes. He suddenly took a deep breath and rushed out of the door. King Amos raised his head and looked. He shook his head. You didn't even close the door. You're still too young. But King Amos's calm face suddenly showed a trace of surprise, because at this moment a figure quietly walked out of the open door of the study room. At the intersection of the moonlight and the lantern light, the newcomer slowly walked in. Boss Luo. The astonished look on the Yamos king's face quickly disappeared, and he casually said, "It seems that I'm not good enough as a guard of the palace. Have I reached the point where anyone can enter and leave freely at any time? I just got lucky. After all, someone made the guards fall asleep in front of me." Boss Luo smiled at this moment. "Besides, I'm just here to retrieve something." "Your Majesty." "What is it?" King Amos asked with interest. "The sword on the wall behind Your Majesty." Boss Luo said indifferently and waved his hand. The sword on the wall trembled and was about to fly out of the wall. At this moment, a glint flashed in the Yamos king's eyes as he suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He then let out a soft shout as his body sank, and his feet instantly cracked the floor beneath him. However, he couldn't hold the sword firmly. In the end, it flew out of King Amos's hand and fell into Luacio's. Chapter 1847. The new champion of the Colosseum was temporarily arranged to stay in a quiet room in Princess Carol's palace, due to the chaos in the palace. Ever since he was arranged to stay in this room, Tang Tianlin didn't see any of the guards, not even the palace guards. It was as if he had been forgotten. He could only hear some noises coming from outside from time to time. It seemed that, at night, the palace of the Kingdom of Elnis was once again invaded by assassins. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but feel a little strange that there were 2 assassinations in one day. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but think of the Yamos king, who had almost conquered the world, in the modern world outside the chessboard. There was a certain emperor in the history of ancient countries who had also unified the world. He was often the target of assassination attempts, and his palace was also heavily guarded at all times. A king who could destroy so many countries was definitely not a mediocre person. Was King Amos of Elnis really willing to live as the Dragon Queen's gigolo? Staying here forever is not a solution. He needed to find a way to investigate the situation in the palace, whether it was Princess Carol or King Amos. Tang Tianlin pulled off the embroidered ball on his body. He quietly opened the window of the room, only to find that there were 2 bodyguards standing outside the window. They were even standing guard facing the window. "What do you want?" The guard asked coldly. "I just want to get some fresh air." Tang Tianlin shrugged and said indifferently, "Also, can you get me something to eat? I haven't eaten for a day." The guard responded by ignoring Tang Tianlin's words and closing the window from the outside with a cold and emotionless face. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but shake his head. He took 2 steps back, and then his body began to gradually fade. The opacity instantly decreased by about 50%. Tang Tianlin waved his hand toward the cabinet beside him. His palm easily went through the cabinet. This was a special ability that came with his profession. It was very convenient. According to the skill's introduction, this skill was called universal penetration. It could penetrate more than 95% of objects without any biological characteristics. However, Tang Tianlin preferred to call this skill Ghostly Wall. He was about to go through the wall. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "If I were you, I wouldn't be so reckless. This is the palace guarded by several saints, not a garden outside. Such a move would be seen as a provocation. Especially you, the palace of Princess Carol, which is the most heavily guarded palace in the country." Tang Tianlin's eyes instantly froze. He looked around nervously, but he couldn't find the source of the voice. "Who are you?" Tang Tianlin was still looking around as he slowly turned his body. "Sacred? Perhaps you're one of the sacred experts in the palace? Sword Saint, or one of the other two Saint Masters? You want to know who I am?" The voice sounded again. Tang Tianlin had calmed down by now. He said calmly, "You suddenly spoke? Didn't you want to attract my attention? Now that I know of your existence, are you not going to say anything? Go to the bed next door, then move the floor under the bed. There is a passage. You can come down through the passage." The mysterious voice suddenly became gloomy. "Of course, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. Perhaps curiosity will bring something more terrible than death." Tang Tianlin shrugged and walked to the side of the bed. It was impossible for him to crawl under the bed. He directly activated the everything piercer skill and jumped. His body went through without any accident and fell to the ground. Then he disappeared. He only felt his body sliding in an extremely slanted tunnel. After a long time, he finally stopped. In front of him was a dark hole. It was not big, about the size of the room he was in, but on the mud floor, he could see the bones of some small reptiles. At the same time, Tang Tianlin saw another person. One was sitting against the wall. His hair was disheveled, and he couldn't even see his face clearly. He could only vaguely see his extremely withered cheeks. His legs were motionless, and his hands were hanging by his side. He looked as thin as a skeleton. The moment he saw the other person, he even had half of the corpse of an unknown insect in his mouth. "Your limbs are broken?" Tang Tianlin couldn't help but be shocked. He said subconsciously, "You have been trapped in this place all this time? Who are you?" "I want to lie flat on my back." The voice sounded again, but Tang Tianlin clearly didn't see the other person's lips moving. It wasn't even ventriloquism. "In addition to my limbs, my spine is also broken. I have been leaning like this for many years. Can you help me lie flat on my back, little friend?" Tang Tianlin nodded and cautiously approached the mysterious old man's side. He directly reached out to touch the other person's arm and found that the other person's arm was indeed more withered and shriveled. He moved the old man little by little and found that the old man's back clothes had long been rotten. There was even a part of his skin and flesh that was tightly stuck to the wall. Just by moving the old man, the skin and flesh that were stuck to the wall had been directly torn apart. A shocking wound appeared. This should have been an extremely painful thing. However, Tang Tianlin heard the old man's laughter. He still didn't speak. His voice sounded from all directions, but it was transmitted back and forth in the narrow space. Gradually, it became terrifying. "So comfortable. I haven't lied like this for a long time. So comfortable. Ha ha ha. Say, Senior, how long have you been here?" Tang Tianlin couldn't help but frown. "Senior?" The old man's laughter suddenly stopped. "Let me ask you, how old are you this year?" 30. Tang Tianlin casually said a number, which was a little younger than his original age. "I'm only 26 years old now, but you call me senior? What you?" Tang Tianlin was shocked. This person looked like he was on the verge of death. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was like a dying old man. How did you become like this? How did I become like this? How did I become like this?" The old man, or the extremely withered old man's voice, suddenly became excited. I'll tell you everything, my experience. But before that, you have to promise to do one thing for me. Of course, I'll also give you unexpected benefits." Tang Tianlin couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he didn't want to agree, so as not to complicate matters. But unexpectedly, he received a prompt from the will of the chessboard. Brave adventurer, are you willing to listen to the past of this mysterious man with a miserable life? You might trigger a miracle, or it may just be a trap. If you don't want to trigger it, just kill this mysterious man with a miserable life. I won't blame you. This is just a guy with a miserable life. Miserable life? 3 times? Tang Tianlin couldn't help but open his mouth. Was the will of the chessboard always so naughty? You tell me first. Tang Tianlin sighed and said, I'll see. If I can help, I'll do it, but I won't guarantee anything. The old man, the guy with a miserable life, suddenly became silent. His limbs were crippled, and even his spine was broken. Lying on the ground, he was no different from a dead man. Tang Tianlin's patience was surprisingly good at this moment. He stayed quietly with the old man. Finally, the voice sounded again. My name is Norma. 2 years ago, I came to the King's City and became the champion of the most famous arena in the King's City. I was summoned by the princess of the palace. I thought this would be the turning point of my life. My life would become different, and a new legend would be born. But I didn't expect that this was actually the beginning of a nightmare, he said faintly. Tang Tianlin's brows gradually tightened. He didn't know what was going on outside the palace at this time, and he didn't know if the guards outside had discovered him after he disappeared from the room. Palace, King Amos' study. You've received the great holy light sword that has been unsealed for the 2nd time. Now it's the incomplete 3rd divine weapon, Aurora's Aster. The moment the sword was in his hand, Boss Luo directly received a prompt from Chessboard. After losing the weapon for 2 days, it seemed to have been upgraded. Was it because of Mr. Max from Locke's Arms shop? One of the 3 incomplete divine weapons, which meant that Aurora's Aster was not in its complete state. Boss Luo looked at the exposed divine weapon and chose to hide the special effects on it without hesitation. Soon, it became an ordinary longsword again. King Amos had calmed down from the moment of shock. He was a king who had almost conquered the world. So far in his life, there were probably very few things that could make him lose his composure like this. Now it seems that it's really no different from an ordinary sword, King Amos said calmly, just like the fake goods sold on the streets outside. It's quite good like this. Boss Luo smiled slowly and said, Your Majesty, don't you think that if it's a weapon for assassination, it's more convenient to have such an ordinary appearance? King Amos opened his mouth and then chuckled. He shook his head and did not rush to speak. Instead, he pulled out a handkerchief from the drawer and slowly wiped the wound on his palm. When he finished wiping the wound, King Amos threw the stained handkerchief aside. He then looked up and said, You said this sword is yours. So, you're the one who lost your weapon in Locke's Arms shop and got involved in Max's murder case? Your Majesty seems to be very clear about everything. Boss Luo blinked at this moment. Not only do I know that you lost your weapon at the weapon shop, but I also know that you bought a fake one from a stall near the murder scene. King Amos smiled calmly and said, As a king, I should know everything. But as a king, I won't say anything. Even if I know, I just know. When I want to say it, I'll say it. Luaccio waved his hand, and the incomplete celestial weapon was instantly kept. Is this the right time to say it? King Amos said calmly. My spies can't find out your origin. They have the ability to investigate the origins of everyone in this world. At most, it's not a matter of time. Only you. They can't find any trace of you. It's as if you appeared out of thin air. I've met such people before. There are even records of them in some of the royal family's secret collections. As he said this, he looked at Boss Luo and said expressionlessly, We call them outsiders, invaders. No matter how many invaders come and how many times they come, they only have one goal in mind. Boss Luo also said frankly, Your Majesty, our team is currently facing a problem. We need to summon the kingdom's guardian. But from the current situation, it's not easy. I'm not sure if your Majesty has any good solutions." King Amos narrowed his eyes and said, "In the past, there were many members of the royal family. The King of Kings didn't care about sacrificing one or two princes and princesses to stop the disaster brought by the invaders. But now, there are only two members of the royal family of Elnis, including me, the king. Tell me, how do you want me to help you? The person who presides over the summoning ceremony must be me, the king. The only one who can be sacrificed is the princess of this country. She's my only bloodline. Do you want me to kill my own bloodline with my own hands? Then I have no other questions." Boss Luo nodded and said, "Sorry for disturbing you tonight." After saying this, Boss Luo was about to leave. King Amos probably didn't expect this result and was at a loss. This invader seemed to be different from the invaders recorded by the royal family. But looking at the back of the invader who was about to leave, King Amos opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Suddenly, the Yamos king's brows instantly furrowed. He sensed an aura that was all too familiar to him. It was the woman who had appeared with him in the legends that had spread across the entire continent. The princess of the dragon race. The current queen of the dragon race. "Yamos, are you going to let the invader who tried to hurt my daughter go?" An angry voice sounded in the sky above the royal palace. A huge vortex appeared in the sky above the royal palace. In the vortex, a huge figure appeared like a falling meteorite. Looking at the spectacle of dark clouds and the huge figure of the queen of the dragon race, Boss Luo couldn't help but blink in the courtyard outside the study room. It seems the progress is faster. He shook his head. Some words shouldn't be said casually. Otherwise, he would be regarded as an annoying client. Previously, he complained that it was too slow, but now he complained that it was too fast. Rip. Something like that. Chapter 1848. She was here, the Empress of the Dragon Clan. The furious Empress of the Dragon Clan didn't intend to hide her arrival. She didn't care about letting others know about her arrival, or rather, the moment she appeared, she clearly wanted everyone to know about her arrival. The majesty of the Dragon Clan. Almost at the moment when the terrifying scene of dark clouds appeared, Nan Xiaonan, who was controlling a group of monsters to wreak havoc in the palace, had already cut off the connection with the monsters. She was very clear about the sharp sense of touch of creatures who had reached a certain level of power. She didn't want the Empress of the Dragon Clan to find her by following the vine to the melon. However, the sudden appearance of the Empress of the Dragon Clan, could it be related to Mr. Luo, who said that he wanted to go to the palace to have a look? It should be fine, right? Nan Xiaonan muttered to herself. Then, she directly draped a green cloak over her body. She then laid down on the grassland of the hill, facing the rear courtyard of the royal palace. She picked up this green cloak from the pile of equipment that Boss Luo had poured out. She almost took a fancy to it at first sight. Its hiding ability was top-notch. Nan Xiaonan did all this in just a few seconds. At this time, the huge figure of the Empress of the Dragon Clan had completely crossed the dark clouds in the sky. She hovered above the palace. Her body was actually nearly 100 meters long. What a powerful soul fluctuation. Nan Xiaonan quietly observed, "This chessboard world actually has such a creature that is close to the limit." However, she thought of the conversation between the sealed big rock in the roaring forest, and she knew some of the origin of this chessboard world. Therefore, although she was surprised at this time, she wasn't too shocked. Moreover, she knew that she had really found a good treasure, the chessboard that could refine a complete world into it. Even if it was placed in the void, it was still a top-notch secret treasure. So, if Mr. Luo gets the chessboard, he will say that he will cooperate with me, right? Nan Xiaonan quickly calculated at this time. Then, in the final profit, no matter what, he should give me some of the subworld's origin. Roar! Then, the roar of the Dragon Clan Empress instantly interrupted the little scheme in the heart of this, which from the other world. She hurriedly gathered her spirit and calmed down, prostrating herself on the ground. They, the saint domains of the palace, naturally sensed the arrival of the Dragon Empress more easily. By the time the Dragon Empress had fully appeared, the two Saint Domain Masters outside the princess's palace had both climbed to the top of the palace to take a look. They could feel the wrath of the Dragon Queen. This wrath was madly shaking their hearts and souls. I've never seen such an angry Dragon Empress. Same here. One of the Saint Masters slowly flew up and spoke from afar. Your Majesty of the Dragon Clan, what has angered you? I am a human Saint Master. Just as he was about to introduce himself, an earth-shattering roar sounded out, followed by a huge impact that directly threw him to the ground. I don't have time for you. The Dragon Empress' words were all that was left for this Saint Master to greet her. Although the impact was so great that it even caused the Saint Master's entire body to be embedded into the ground, it did not really take his life. However, after hearing the Dragon Empress' words, the human Saint Master could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. It was most likely due to shame and anger. The other Saint Master did not have time to stop him, nor did he want to be the one to stand out like his companion. He stood frozen on the spot, drenched in cold sweat. After the Dragon Empress shouted at the first Saint Master to retreat, she immediately roared at the sky. A huge pillar of light shot out from the dragon's mouth, shooting straight into the sky. The pillar of light dispersed all the dark clouds in the night sky, and then scattered down, countless rays of light falling in an arc in front of the city walls of the royal capital. In an instant, a huge, shimmering shield of light covered the entire royal capital of the kingdom of Anes. At this time, the Saint Master, who was fine now, had a look of horror on his face. The Dragon Emperor's barrier. What is she trying to do by sealing the entire royal capital? But no matter what the Dragon Empress wanted to do, even as a Saint Master of the human kingdom, he could only helplessly let things unfold. All of this happened very quickly. For Boss Luo, who liked to stop and take a second look when something happened, all of this happened in less than half a minute. He did not even leave the courtyard of King Amos' study. At this time, King Amos had already walked out of the study, and after frowning a few times, he calmed down and just silently watched all of this happen. You should have walked faster. King Amos suddenly looked at Boss Luo, who was not far away, and shook his head. Under the Dragon Emperor's barrier, no one can escape for now. This is the terrifying ability that Hilda uses to imprison anyone she wants to capture. As soon as the Yamos king finished speaking, the huge dragon in the sky above the palace suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in the courtyard in front of the study, a woman in a luxurious dress floated on the ground. She looked like she was in her 20s. She had a beautiful face, but only half of it. The other half of her face was as ugly as magma. The Empress of the dragon race, Empress Hilda. Ever since the Dragon Empress Hilda appeared, she did not look at King Amos. Instead, she stared at Boss Luo. At this time, the courtyard was very quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Yamos, who is this person? Queen Hilda suddenly looked at King Amos and asked. King Amos was stunned by Queen Hilda's question at first. Then he showed an almost bitter smile. You came to my palace in such a domineering manner and did not hide your anger at all. But you don't know who this person is? Oh, Hilda, tell me, why are you so angry? Queen Hilda said indifferently, I didn't come for this person. It doesn't matter. Since you have seen my face, then die. She waved her hand, and in an instant, the invisible wind in the air condensed into sharp thorns. They gathered at one point and made an ear-piercing sound as they pierced through the air, piercing towards Luocio. At this time, Boss Luo was thinking about another problem. Why did the dragon race seem to be more violent? The Miss Long Shirua he knew was also a person who liked to fight without saying anything. But although Long Shirua was rude and unreasonable, it was rare for her to kill. King Amos shook his head again at this time, probably foreseeing the tragic situation of the opponent. But considering that Aurora's aster was in the opponent's hands, it probably would not be so easy to kill him. The 3 godly weapons. Each of them was made by the hands of the continent's famous craftsman, Locke. Each of the 3 godly weapons could be called a weapon that protected the country. At the same time, the 3 godly weapons had another name, dragon-slaying weapons. Since the beginning of their creation, they were given powerful attributes such as restraining, armor-breaking, and even penetration against the dragon race. But what surprised King Amos was that Boss Luo did not take out Aurora's aster at this time. The moment the wind spears condensed by Queen Hilda pierced towards Boss Luo, they melted 360 degrees without any blind spots. These wind spears were blocked from all directions, and even completely offset the impact of the wind spears. These wind spears were powerful, and any one of them could pierce through a thick city wall, but they could not pierce through a person's body. King Amos was surprised, but his eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He knew that these outsiders had many means to deal with the strong in their world. At this time, Queen Hilda also realized that her attack did not work. She was not angry, but she did not hesitate to condense more wind spears. But the powerful wind spears still did not work. Queen Hilda snorted at this time. "What kind of secret armor are you wearing? Let me see what kind of armor in this world can block my attack." Boss Luo thought at this time and said, "The armor is not very nice to look at, so I won't show it. As for the name, it should be sacred armor." Instantly, King Amos's face changed slightly. At the same time, a shocking murderous intent exploded from Queen Hilda's body. The pure murderous intent had already caused the ground, walls, and mountains of the courtyard to begin to collapse. Queen Hilda suddenly laughed lightly. "Sacred armor? Do you know the origin of this armor?" Boss Luo shook his head, indicating that he was not very sure. He could not say that he dropped it while killing small monsters on the way, right? It was made from the strongest 108 dragon scales of the light dragon king. Queen Hilda squinted at this time. "That is my grandmother. I didn't expect that in addition to the person that I must kill, I would meet a person who deserves to die today." The destruction of the courtyard could no longer be stopped. A large number of stones began to float in the air, and the murderous intent had already imprisoned everything here. At this time, Queen Hilda's long hair was standing up because of the murderous intent and anger at this time. At this time, she was walking towards Luocho step by step. No matter who you are, wearing this armor is equivalent to trampling on the dragon race of the continent. I will cut you into pieces. This time, the Dragon Queen did not summon the wind spears, but instead she punched out. Not far away, a pair of eyes was looking at everything in the courtyard without missing a moment. "Laura really did not let me down." "Sure enough," she called Hilda. "What a perfect arrangement." There was a trace of joy in the voice, but the owner of the voice was hiding more and more, and the smile could not help but shoot out from the owner's eyes. "Every time I wear the sacred armor, it is inevitable that I will be hunted down by Hilda, so I will not wear it often, unless the chess game is too strange. Then, Mr. Servant, you have defeated me twice in a row. I wonder how you plan to deal with this sure-kill situation? Divine armor won't be able to withstand Hilda's wrath." "Not good, not good. I suddenly became too complacent. I can't let Hilda discover my existence now." At this time, the Dragon Queen's fist directly hit Luocho's chest at this time, without any deviation. Under the resistance of the sacred armor that was not revealed, the huge force was finally neutralized, but Boss Luo could not help but take 2 steps back. This was the first time that the sacred armor did not completely block the opponent's attack. This means that Queen Hilda completely exceeded the defense of the sacred armor. Completely. "Wait a moment," Boss Luo said at the right time. "It's too late to beg for mercy." Queen Hilda sneered and clenched her fists again. "I'm wearing the divine armor. If you want to hurt me, You will destroy it, Luaccio said calmly. Do you want to destroy it? The oncoming fist stopped abruptly, but the murderous intent in Queen Hilda's eyes soared again. I'll return it to you. What? What? In the shadows, the complacent look in his eyes suddenly froze. He almost shouted out loud at this time, but he reacted quickly and didn't really scream out loud. However, an expression of disbelief had already appeared on his face. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This guy, what is this guy trying to do? Is this a stalling tactic? No, he really is. What kind of operation is this? The moment Boss Luo spoke, a stream of colorful light began to flash on his body. After that, something peeled off from his body. The colorful light finally converged into a fist-sized ball of light that floated in Luaccio's palm. Then he sent it out to Queen Hilda of the Dragon Clan. You. Queen Hilda opened her mouth at this time, somewhat absent-minded at this time. I'm very sorry, Luaccio said apologetically. I didn't know that this armor was made from the scales of your grandmother. Along the way, it has blocked many dangers for me, and that's enough. Now, please take it back. This is what you should do. Queen Hilda looked at the divine armor that was so close to her in disbelief. With her unique senses, she was completely sure that this was not an illusory thing, but a real, divine armor. The aura of the Light Dragon King was now calling out to her, until she gently grasped the divine armor in her hand and felt a familiar wave from it. Queen Hilda frowned and said, Do you think that if you give it to me, I won't kill you? On the contrary, without its protection, it will only be easier for me to kill you. It has protected me many times along the way. Boss Luo shook his head and said, This time if it was damaged by you, the Queen of the Dragon Clan, in order to protect me, I think it would be a cruel thing for both you and the armor. Besides, without it, you may not be able to kill me, your majesty. Queen Hilda was silent for a long time before she let out a wild laugh. Human, I like you. At this time, Queen Hilda stopped laughing and said with shining eyes, I won't kill you. Come to the Dragon Clan's territory and become a member of my harem. I will spoil you until you die of old age. Boss Luo couldn't help but open his mouth. Dragons, all dragons were so direct like this. End of chapter. Chapter 1849. Surprisingly, King Amos did not react to Queen Hilda's words. No, he was shocked, but not because of the meaning of the words itself, but because of the change in Queen Hilda's attitude. Of course, the Yamos king knew that it would be very difficult to make the empress of the Dragon Clan like him feel anything. First of all, one had to possess this sacred armor, and one had to be able to casually say the same thing in such an environment. There were many other things as well. For example, the Dragon Clan had always valued appearance, and how to make the Queen of the Dragon Clan enter a turning point that was easy to change when she was in a rage. There was an opportunity that was hard to grasp, and it could lead to instant death. Originally, when facing the Queen of the Dragon Clan, especially when the Queen of the Dragon Clan was in a rage, who would be willing to take off the sacred armor, the only thing that could save one's life? Such a person was either very wise and brave or very mentally retarded. King Amos suddenly had an idea of how things would develop next. He chose to be a bystander, even if the whole world knew that the Queen of the Dragon Clan was King Amos's spouse. What was that saying again? If you want to live a good life, you need to be a little cuckold? What, you still don't want to? Seeing that the other party did not show the slightest sign of gratitude, or even any other expression, Queen Hilda's voice suddenly turned cold. You intend to disobey my orders? No one dares to disobey my order. She had the right to do so. As the queen of the most powerful race in the world, Hilda was undoubtedly the creature that stood at the top of the world pyramid. Even King Amos, who had almost unified the world, was just an outstanding plaything in her harem. From this perspective, it seemed that there was a reason why the princess of the royal palace could be so arrogant and cruel. No. Boss Luo shook his head and added, There is no such thing as willing, or not for me. It depends on what Her Majesty can give me. What do you want? Queen Hilda said directly, more power than what you have now. Although your body is constantly releasing a powerful divine power, it's not impossible for you to go further. I can give it to you. Or power. I can even let you replace King Amos and become the ruler of this world. But there's one thing I can't do. As a member of Hilda's harem, I'm not allowed to have any affair with other women. Back then, King Amos fell in love with a human girl behind my back. Do you know what happened to him? King Amos's expression changed slightly. The king who had almost unified the world was slightly agitated, but he quickly calmed down. Queen Hilda sneered and said, in order to get my support, in order to become the successor of this country, he personally sent the woman he loved to me and watched me push the woman he loved into the abyss with his own eyes. King Amos was still expressionless. It was hard to find any trace of resentment in his eyes. Hilda, my true love. Only then did I know that only a powerful existence like you is worthy of my lifelong pursuit. King Amos smiled and said, the love I had when I was young was just a spiritual sustenance due to the difficulties in life. I'm very satisfied with my current life. I'm also very satisfied with your choice. Queen Hilda chuckled. The beautiful left side of her face and the ugly right side of her face looked like chaos when she smiled. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, when I came here, I heard a lot of stories praising the two of you. It seems that stories are just stories. The poets are still used to beautifying them. So what's your answer? At this time, Queen Hilda said indifferently, tell me your request before my patience runs out. Boss Luo said with a serious face, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. You can't give me what I want. How about we change the topic? I've already returned the divine armor, made from the scales of the light dragon king to the dragon race. So, please don't interfere with my actions here. What do you think? No one can refuse me. Queen Hilda sneered. Even the gods can't. You foreign invaders can't either. King Amos frowned. It seemed that Hilda had already noticed this from the beginning. The main reason was to keep the foreign invaders here. Die. The Dragon Queen said calmly. Without the protection of the divine armor, she used her mind to condense the terrifying wind spears again. Without the divine armor, Boss Luo chose to activate the ability of his profession. Several layers of shields appeared in front of him and blocked the wind spears. Queen Hilda was a little surprised, but not too surprised. Let's see how long you can struggle. I know the rules of the foreign invaders. You can't obtain power that surpasses the limit of this world. Queen Hilda dodged and appeared in front of Luocio. Her palm easily tore apart Boss Luo's layers of shields. Seeing the approaching palm of the Dragon Queen, Boss Luo had no choice but to take out the big sword that he just took back and slashed it. Aurora's aster contained the attribute of dragon slaying, which shocked Queen Hilda. The 3 godly weapons directly slashed her palm, and sparks flew in all directions. Dragon-slaying weapon. Queen Hilda was even more furious. You deserve to die even more. The Dragon Queen became even more ferocious. Boss Luo took a few steps back, but in his heart he called out to the white-clothed Aurea who didn't reveal himself. Do you know who is the strongest swordsman in this world? The answer will come soon. Analysis. Up to date, the strongest swordsman is the first user of Aurora's aster, the first human sword saint who killed the Light Dragon King, the first king of the kingdom Elnis, King Griffith. Got it. You deserve to die even more. The Dragon Queen, who became even more ferocious, no longer wanted to defeat her opponent with her bare hands. She waved her hand, and a strange light sword appeared in her palm. As the light sword approached, Boss Luo blocked it with his sword and retreated a few steps. The Dragon Queen swung the light sword again, but this time Boss Luo blocked it more skillfully, and this time he stood firm. Queen Hilda was slightly surprised, but she didn't take it to heart. Just as she was about to use violence to break the skill, Aurora's aster, blade burst out with a bright flash. Boss Luo made a move, like a swordsman who had been immersed in swordsmanship for decades. He had the momentum, and the power of Aurora's aster from the weapon that killed dragons was also there. After the flash of light disappeared, the courtyard in front of the study room suddenly became quiet. The light sword in Queen Hilda's hand twisted and finally disappeared. Her arm drooped down, and fresh blood slowly dripped from her fingers. This is King Griffith's secret swordsmanship. How could he? King Amos, who was watching the battle, couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. The shock even made the king take 2 steps forward. King Griffith's secret swordsmanship was the secret of the Elness Kingdom. Every king could inherit it, but not every king could learn it, let alone use it to kill dragons. The other party was just an invader. King Griffith's secret swordsmanship, Aurora's aster of the 3 divine weapons. This was the weapon that King Griffith used to kill the Light Dragon King. Could it be that today Hilda would... No, Hilda was far more powerful than the Light Dragon King. In an instant, King Amos had already noticed something. It was because of the Dragon Emperor barrier. Hilda activated the Dragon Emperor barrier the moment she arrived in the capital and sealed the whole capital. Such a huge barrier obviously consumed a lot of her power. Plus such a surprise move. The secret swordsmanship that suddenly appeared caught Hilda off guard. But Queen Hilda was obviously not someone who would bow down easily, especially because of this carelessness that caused her to be injured. The wound almost stopped bleeding in an instant, and Queen Hilda's eyes became calm. She no longer looked down on Roland. "No wonder you said that I might not be able to kill you. But this way, I want to kill you even more. I won't allow your existence. You are the biggest threat to the dragons. Your Majesty, I have no intention of going against you." Boss Luo shook his head and lowered his sword. "This kind of swordsmanship is only used to protect myself. If you think that it is a threat to you and the dragons behind you, I will forget about it. Like I said before, I have already returned the sacred armor, and I hope that your Majesty will not mind my actions in the capital. What happened today is just a small interlude. What if I say no?" Queen Hilda laughed coldly. As the most powerful dragon queen in the world, ever since she reached the top, she had never put anyone on the same level as her. Boss Luo did not say anything, and only looked at Queen Hilda calmly. Just a glance. "What is this?" The dragon queen's body suddenly trembled. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to the place where she was born, or the moment when she just broke the dragon egg and brought the newborn dragon into this world. At that time, what she saw was the power of the previous dragon emperor. A kind of suppression that she could not resist at all came from her nature. She had no choice but to bow down, no matter whether it was her consciousness or her subconscious. She was frantically urging the thought, "Obey, obey, 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 obey." As if all the strength in her body had been sucked out, the dragon queen suddenly slumped to the ground. With a thud, she fell into a sitting position in the middle of the courtyard. She subconsciously hugged her body, unable to stop the trembling of her entire body. "I will forget this kind of swordsmanship." Luaccio put away his weapon at this time. "So, I will have to bother you two tonight." Saying this, Boss Luo turned around and left. But before leaving, he looked at a certain direction intentionally or unintentionally. There, a pair of eyes that were peeping at everything in the dark suddenly became flustered. After a while, King Amos frowned and came to Queen Hilda, who was still sitting on the ground. The outsider who held Aster of Aurora had already left. Looking at Queen Hilda, who was still trembling slightly, King Amos squatted down and put his clothes on her body. "You are sick?" At this time, Queen Hilda subconsciously raised her head to look at the Yamos king, who was right in front of her, and pushed him away. However, she didn't use much strength and only managed to push him to the ground. She looked down at her palm, and her fingers clenched a few times. She saw that her palm had started to rot, The rotten appearance was just like half of her cheek. Queen Hilda clenched her teeth and pulled King Amos to her side. She bit his arm and drank the blood of King Amos. After a long time, the rotting of the queen's arm stopped. Not only did the rotting of her arm stop, even half of her face that was supposed to be ugly had recovered. It was a dream-like, beautiful face that could make men fall head over heels for her. After recovering, Queen Hilda was silent for a moment, and then slowly stood up. She scratched the place where she was cut by the dragon-slaying weapon and frowned. The dragon-slaying weapon has a poison that can make dragons despair. It should be affected. She shook her head, still unable to believe the fact that she fell to the ground because of a look from Roland. The Yamos king expressionlessly wiped the blood from the bite wound on his arm, pulled down his sleeve, and stood up. This illness of yours really came at a bad time. After so many years, we still haven't found a cure. Queen Hilda coldly snorted and said, "It is because of this that I wanted to kill that guy." King Amos frowned and said, "The first invader." Queen Hilda coldly said, "If it weren't for him, more than half of the dragon race wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have been tormented by this curse. Laura told me that he appeared in the capital. Do you want to stand here or find a place to rest?" King Amos said at this time, "The palace is still very chaotic. The appearance of the Dragon Emperor enchantment will make the whole royal city chaotic. You are the king. Can't you handle this kind of thing?" Queen Hilda coldly snorted and said, "I'm going to see my daughter." Looking at Queen Hilda, who waved her sleeve and left, King Amos slowly sighed. How did he know the secret sword technique of King Griffith? How did he know the secret sword technique? The same question arose in the hearts of the spectators at this time. Mr. Varley had been lurking in the same place for a long time, until Queen Hilda left, until King Amos was far away, until there was no one nearby. Then he slowly revealed himself. "I have been in business for so long, but I have never obtained the secret sword technique of killing dragons." As he spoke, Mr. Varley suddenly took out a box from his arms. This was the child he took from his father, Max, in Locke's arms. Mr. Varley opened the box and saw a strange stone in the small box, a fragment of the stone engraved with special oracle bone inscriptions. "I am the first to arrive in this world." Mr. Varley shook his head, quickly put away the box, and then left. Before leaving, he couldn't help but mutter, "But Hilda's illness really came at a bad time. I didn't expect that my original plan would save the life of the opponent this time. It's really not perfect." Chapter 1850. Mr. Luo. Nan Xiaonan lifted the green cloak off her body and quickly got up. She was already 100 meters away from where she was lying and perfectly avoided the Dragon Queen's senses. Of course, the Dragon Queen never cared about the situation here. Or rather, she never sensed anything. "This cloak suits you very well." Boss Luo, who came back, looked at it and said casually. Nan Xiaonan rolled up the cloak and asked quickly, "How is it? Did you run into any danger?" "It must have been very dangerous. The arrival of the Dragon Queen, just now. I never thought that this world would give birth to such a powerful soul. It seems that this world has developed for a longer period of time than we thought." In fact, he and Nan Xiaonan did not have any discussion about the development time of this subworld. She did not know when she started to like to use the term we. "I didn't encounter any danger." Luochio waved his hand and smiled, "but I saw some interesting things. I think the direction of clearing the game is gradually clear." Nan Xiaonan opened her eyes wide and blinked. She looked a little dazed. "Are you hungry, Lady Nan?" "Hungry. Go and eat something." Boss Luo smiled and said, "I felt that I should reward myself tonight." "Well, for people like me, if I want to lose weight or something like that, it should not be effective." The academic witch of the subworld immediately echoed, "Ha! Actually, I have this habit, and I often worry about it. It seems that we are the same type, Mr. Luo." She said, "We again." They disappeared into the night. But the chaos in the palace did not completely calm down. Nan Xiaonan only cut off the control of the summoned monsters, but did not recall them. A huge figure suddenly emerged from the ground. It was the burning serpent that had first appeared in the depths of the palace. However, there were many wounds on the serpent's body. The instant the burning serpent escaped from the ground, Sword Saintly Yellow also broke out of the ground and chased after it relentlessly. This burning serpent's ability to travel underground was extremely powerful, so much so that Sword Saintly Yellow was able to slash his way over without being able to land a fatal blow. However, it seemed that the battle of attrition had almost exhausted the burning serpent to death. But right at that moment, a flash of light shot out and struck the head of the burning serpent. Just like that, the burning serpent collapsed right before Sword Saintly Yellow's eyes. Sword Saintly Yellow couldn't help but be startled. He looked in the direction of the flash, but he could only see the back of a figure that was about to disappear. He couldn't see the appearance of the person who had killed the burning serpent. "Thank you for your help," Sword Saintly Yellow shouted in the direction where the figure disappeared. After a while, he didn't hear any response. Sword Saintly Yellow couldn't help but frown at this moment. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "Could it be His Majesty's?" He and the other two sanctuary masters who were guarding Princess Carol had been stationed in the palace for quite some time. During this period of time, they had vaguely sensed the presence of a guard around King Amos. It wasn't any weaker than them, and it had a mysterious protective power that was far more profound. At this moment, the palace guards found this place. After seeing the burning serpent killed, they were all delighted. They also reported that the other senior demons that had appeared in the palace were all killed by a flash of light that suddenly appeared. All of them were killed in one blow. "Is His Majesty still safe?" Sword Saintly Yellow asked quickly after pondering for a moment. "His Majesty has already returned to his bedroom to rest." Then Sword Saint paused, and then said seriously, "What about the Empress?" I heard." At this moment, the guard suddenly replied in an unfathomable manner, She went to Her Highness' room." Sword Saint nodded silently. He looked up at the night sky. In the night sky, he could still vaguely see the faint light of the Dragon Emperor barrier. He couldn't help but frown. After leaving the order for the guards to deal with the corpses of the monsters in the palace, he went straight to King Amos's bedroom. At the same time, in Princess Carol's bedroom, Queen Hilda was currently sitting by Princess Carol's side, gently stroking the sleeping Princess Carol's cheeks. Her gaze was filled with tenderness, and even more so, doting. "This damned curse," Queen Hilda said softly at this moment. Laura, the head maid, was currently kneeling in front of Queen Hilda with her head lowered. "I used too much Serena flower," Queen Hilda suddenly said. "When danger comes, do you intend to let Carol die in her sleep?" Laura whispered, "I won't let Her Highness get hurt. I will only use my life as the last line of defense for Her Highness." Queen Hilda stood up and came in front of Laura. She reached out and lifted Laura's chin. Clenching it, she said indifferently, "I can smell a scent on your body that I hate the most. Moreover, there is also the scent of your pleasure." Slap. In the blink of an eye, Laura's cheek was greeted by Hilda's slap. Her entire body was sent flying, and she fell to the ground. Laura hurriedly got up and crawled to Queen Hilda's side. Her whole body trembled as she kowtowed in front of Queen Hilda. She was both frightened and flustered as she said, "Your Majesty, this is only for the sake of keeping that person here. I hope to buy more time so that Your Majesty can come as soon as possible." Laura has never thought of betraying her own race. "Then where is he?" Queen Hilda directly stepped on Laura's head, pressing it to the ground. "Where is Varley? You didn't manage to keep him, did you? I'm sorry. Next time I will." Queen Hilda didn't seem to listen. She gradually increased her strength, as if she intended to crush Laura's head. At this time, Laura, where did you die? Laura, Come and tell me a story. Laura, Princess Carol's voice. Queen Hilda suddenly turned around and saw that Princess Carol was still sleeping. It turned out that she was just talking in her sleep. I won't kill you. Queen Hilda took a step back and said indifferently, for the sake of my beloved daughter. Laura heaved a sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean that I won't punish you. Queen Hilda raised her hand, and a black light suddenly shot towards Laura. Reflect on your actions. Laura's body trembled. She clenched her teeth and softly responded. Then, without raising her head, she slowly retreated out of the room. She didn't speak to anyone on the way back. When she returned to her residence, she directly fell to the ground, her whole body twitching as she let out a mournful scream. Her body and soul felt as if they were being bitten by countless poisonous insects. In just a few short breaths, her whole body was drenched in sweat. Queen Hilda's punishment had always been more terrifying than death. Take me away. Take me away from here. Take me. After the double torture of soul and flesh, even a powerful dragon saint like her couldn't bear the pain and directly fainted. She collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. In the underground cave, dust was scattered, and it wasn't just once. Tang Tianlin had been paying attention to the situation around him. He didn't know how deep underground this place was, but it was actually isolated from all sound. But there were slight vibrations coming from it. Did this mean that something was happening in the palace at this time? He already understood Norma's story. Just like that, after experiencing Princess Carol's humiliation, I was thrown out like trash. She quickly found a new plaything. This is really a bitter experience. Tang Tianlin looked at Norma's withered limbs and spine. This person's will to live was really strong. It was really unimaginable. But how did you crawl down here? I have a beast that I raised. It was born as a monster and has a strong digging ability. No one knows of its existence. At this time, Tang Tianlin's expression couldn't help but change. He had been in this underground cave for some time, but he hadn't seen any beasts or monsters. There were only piles of bones. Bones? He suddenly looked over and was surprised to find a strange skeleton the size of a warhorse in the corner of the cave. It was obviously not a human skeleton. Could it be? Is it strange? I ate it in order to survive. As long as humans want to survive, they will eat anything, even if it's their own family. Tang Tianlin suddenly stood up and pulled out his weapon without saying a word. But I won't eat you. Norma's voice sounded in the cave again. The voice came from all directions, like a tidal wave, one after another. Tang Tianlin actually felt dizzy from the shock, and he felt uncomfortable as his blood and qi stirred. I've lived enough. There's no point in living anymore. But I'm not satisfied. My pain, my resentment, my despair. I want revenge. However, Norma, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly bounced up. At the same time, an invisible force directly imprisoned Tang Tianlin's entire body. Even with his Death Walker profession ability, he was unable to move at this moment. What do you want to do? Norma was upside down at this time, directly pressing her head on top of Tang Tianlin's head. This is the heart of the sanctuary that I comprehended after experiencing the most despair in the world. But my body is no longer able to exert its power. Accept my power, the power of vengeance. Avenge me. The heart of the sanctuary will be like a curse, forcing you to walk down the path of vengeance. This will be your life's destiny. Kill Carol for me. Kill the royal family of Ennis. Kill the dragons of the continent. Kill all living things. Kill them all. Ha 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 ha. It appeared the legendary adventure. It was like falling off a cliff, falling into a pool, or eating some strange fruit by mistake. You have obtained Norma's lifetime cultivation and the heart of the sanctuary. Level +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Brave adventurer, you have triggered the ultimate mission of slaughter the dragons of the continent. I have faith in you. In this situation, and looking at Norma, who was upside down holding his head, Tang Tianlin couldn't help but let out a classic curse. F asterisk CK. +1, +1, +1, +1. Sword Saint Leolo was standing in front of the door of King Amos's palace. He had been here for almost half an hour, but he hadn't been able to enter. Finally, a guard walked over and said respectfully, "Lord Sword Saint, His Majesty is already asleep. He probably won't see anyone. If there's anything, please come back tomorrow." Sword Saint Leolo glanced at the guard. The guard was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and said with a hint of panic, "His Majesty, after His Majesty wakes up, I'll tell him immediately." Leolo slowly exhaled and then looked at the door of the palace and said loudly, "His Majesty, I've been frightened tonight. Leolo's defense wasn't good enough, and I'm not up to the job of guarding the palace. Therefore, I request to return to the garrison division. I hope His Majesty will approve." Still silence. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. The guards all around were looking at the kingdom's sword saint with fear and trepidation. They waited for a long time, but there was still no response from the Yamos king's chamber. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Finally, Sword Saint Leolo shouted and turned around to leave, walking on the streets of the royal capital. Because of the curfew, the streets of the royal capital were very quiet. The appearance of the Dragon King's barrier only alarmed some powerful people in the royal capital. Of course, there were many powerful professionals. After all, there was the national tournament. Recently, the royal capital had been full of powerful people. However, the professionals obviously didn't want to clash head-on with illness as government. Therefore, when the curfew started, they stayed in their own places. "Where are we going?" Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but ask curiously. Although they said they were going to find something to eat, it seemed that it wasn't easy to find something to eat in such a quiet place. "We're here." Boss Luo stopped. "This is it." Nan Xiaonan looked over and saw Locke's weapon shop. "This place, I think I've been here before," Nan Xiaonan said after thinking for a while. But at this moment, Luo Qiu had pushed open the door of the weapon shop and walked in. Nan Xiaonan followed him without hesitation, but it was dark inside the weapon shop. Nan Xiaonan managed to find a tool to light a fire and an oil lamp, and lit the oil lamp. Just as she was about to ask why she was at the weapons store, she suddenly saw a figure sitting in front of the counter in the weapons store's lobby. It was a guy with a silver mask. He had been sitting there since the beginning and silently watched them enter. "We meet again." The man with the silver mask spoke first. Luocho smiled. "Yes, we meet again. Mr. Zayart, good evening." Chapter 1851. She called this the attitude one should have. Regardless of who the other party was or what their purpose was, it was the right time to show that they were reliable companions. Therefore, Miss, which from her subworld unsheathed her sword without hesitation. Oh, there was no sword, only a monster summoning scroll that looked like a short wand. But Lady Nan waved the scroll as if she was going to use it to smash someone. The pos was already in place, ready for battle. "Mr. Luo, who is this guy?" Nan Xiaonan asked quietly in front of Boss Luo. "A mister that I have seen a few times." Boss Luo smiled. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Nan Xiaonan nodded her head, but she was still ready for battle. She should have the right attitude and continue to attack. The masked man, sitting behind the counter of the weapon shop, Mr. Zayart said with interest, "Your companion seems quite reliable." The demoness of the Academy faction in his subworld almost raised her nose and praised in her heart, "This is a good wingman." The non-committal boss Luo looked around at this time and said lightly, "Mr. Zayart seems to have just arrived. Who are you waiting for?" "I was thinking that whoever appeared in front of me first should be the person I am waiting for." Zayart sighed and said, "The weather is good tonight." It is indeed good. Boss Luo nodded and said, Mr. Zayart, why are you waiting for me here? Of course I am here to apologize. Zayart stood up. For the trouble I have caused you. What is the trouble Mr. Zayart is talking about? Luo Qiu said calmly. Zayart said, I was trapped in the cellar by Ji Lian, but the situation was quite dangerous at that time. The peace between man and nature from the security division broke in. I could only think of this method in a moment of desperation. As a result, you and Ji Lian were brought to the security division. Boss Luo said casually, I heard that in the first palace assassination, the weapon used by the assassin was very similar to the one I lost. When you came to return my weapon yesterday, you didn't intend to frame me. How could that be? Mr. Zayart asked in astonishment. Why would you think that? I left the mask just to confuse the peace between man and nature. Besides, you have nothing to do with the assassination, right? Luo Qiu smiled. Then you shouldn't come here. You should go to the security division. Why? Mr. Zayart asked curiously. To turn yourself in, of course. Boss Luo said matter-of-factly. Then you can clear up all the misunderstandings. Besides, as far as I know, Mr. Jilian should still be in the security division. He might even be interrogated severely because of Mr. Zayart's matter. Zayart said calmly, This child is too naughty and too careless. It will be better for him in the future if he suffers a little. Boss Luo asked curiously, Then what do you think he should do to be considered careful? The best way, of course, should be to directly hand me over to the security division after getting me, Zayart said calmly. Zayart said indifferently, When a person is faced with suffering, they should do everything possible to push the suffering away from them, even if there is only the slightest possibility that the suffering will befall them. If they want to live, they must first learn to be selfish and not be influenced by emotions. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, According to what you said, why did you have to go to the palace to assassinate? This seems to go against your selfish statement. Only for the sake of the greater good. Personal selfishness can be abandoned. Zayart seemed to have his own unique theory. Jilian is not a person who can accept the greater good. He is more suited to be a carefree peddler who lives for himself, so he should learn to be selfish. What is the greater good in your heart, sir? Have you heard of the country Cadiz? Zayart suddenly asked. Boss Luo nodded. It is the first country to be destroyed by the kingdom of illness since King Amos ascended the throne. King Amos is the root of all evil, Zayart said calmly. Since the beginning of Cadiz, the whole world has been caught in the flames of war for nearly 20 years. I've been traveling around the world, and I've seen too many destroyed cities and towns outside of the capital of the illness kingdom. I've also seen countless lonely souls wandering around in confusion. This world is not like this. The flames of war have subsided. Boss Luo said, King Amos's conquest has come to an end. Now, the new world should be left with vitality after the disaster. The evil of King Amos should be born in the soil of the new world and become a new kind. He won't. Zayart shook his head. After conquering the world, his next target will be the dragons of the continent. Sooner or later, he will start a war between the humans and the dragons of the continent. As far as I know, the queen of the dragons should be King Amos's wife. Zayart laughed and said, That man will never be willing to let himself be inferior to others. In order to seize the throne of the kingdom, he did not hesitate to give up his dignity and become the plaything of Queen Hilda of the dragon race. Then, in order to wash away this shame, he can also bury this world. Wait. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan suddenly interrupted Zayart's words. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan had brought a stool over from God knows where and was sitting. She was even holding a piece of melon fruit in her hands, and seemed to have already taken a few bites. Zayart frowned as he thought to himself, You should be quite unhappy to be interrupted. Nan Xiaonan said embarrassedly, I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation, but I'm more curious about something. No matter what you're talking about, the kingdom of Cadias that you mentioned at the beginning, what's your relationship with it? I am a woman, so I am more nosy. Besides, you were the one who brought up the kingdom of Cadias first, okay? You have successfully aroused my curiosity, but you did not mention your relationship with the kingdom of Cadias. This is your fault. Uncle, this is not the way to tell a story. Why are you looking at me like that? Nan Xiaonan felt a trace of murderous intent from the other party. She immediately let go of the fruit and waved the scroll, posing as a master. Unexpectedly, Zeret suddenly said indifferently, the map in your hand should be an item called the demonic map. There are a total of 72 high-level monsters sealed in it. You, how did you know? Nan Xiaonan could not help but open her mouth. This scroll was clearly the one she picked out from the pile of items that Luo, the Almighty, poured out. Was it the exclusive loot from the game, chessboard? The demonic map is a secret treasure from the royal family of the former kingdom of Cadias. Zeret said calmly, ever since the Cadias kingdom was destroyed, the demonic diagram has been lost. Although it can't be compared to the 3 godly weapons that have been passed down for generations, it is still the best weapon in the world. Oh, Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked at the scroll in her hand. She did not expect it to have such a big background, but how could Zeret see through it at a glance? If you want to activate all the high-level monsters in the demonic map at once, you can't do it without the bloodline of the royal family of Cadias. Even if it is because of the power of the profession, it is still impossible. Zeret suddenly said at this time, therefore the demonic map in the hands of professionals like you can be said to be a waste. Nan Xiaonan shrugged. It was a waste if it was not in her hands, but she had already understood some things. So this mister, you have a deep relationship with the destroyed royal family of Cadias? Zeret did not respond to this point. Instead, he said, I have already achieved my purpose of coming here today. Whether to stay in the king's city or leave the king's city is your own business. Then, good night. Zehart's figure flashed, the lights in the weapon shop's lobby swayed, and he had already disappeared. Nan Xiaonan frowned and subconsciously looked at Boss Luo. Mr. Luo, this person is pretending to be a ghost in front of you. Don't you plan to deal with him? Waiting for you to do it, Boss Luo said with a smile. Nan Xiaonan lowered her head and ate the melon. Well, if I meet him next time, I will deal with him directly. Boss Luo smiled casually. You sit down first. I will go inside and see what can be eaten. Nan Xiaonan nodded obediently. After Boss Luo left, she took out the demonic map again, frowned, and said to herself, this is the secret treasure of the royal family of Cadias? She was startled. That is to say, the items that we, as servants, kill monsters in this world are not actually made out of thin air, but something that originally existed in this world. They were just used by the chessboard. So, the chessboard's ability seems to be not as perfect as we thought? At this moment, some strange sounds suddenly attracted Nan Xiaonan's attention. She narrowed her eyes and listened attentively. In an instant, Nan Xiaonan quickly stood up and rushed into the courtyard behind the weapon shop. She saw a figure just jumped in from the outside. With the moonlight, Nan Xiaonan clearly saw a silver luster, a silver mask. The guy who jumped in from the outside, wasn't he Zeret who just left after showing off? Obviously, the other party also noticed Nan Xiaonan's existence at this time, and he could not help but stop for a moment. Then his eyes revealed a murderous intent. What did I just say? Nan Xiaonan suddenly shuddered at this time. When I see you, I will directly. At this time, the demonic map directly opened its mouth and instantly rushed out several flashes of light from the map. At this time, at the moment when he was about to resist the flashes of light, he did not expect that the flashes of light suddenly turned into different figures. They were actually several high-level monsters with different appearances. One of the magical beasts even let out an ear-piercing sound that made him feel dizzy. In the next second, he was pressed to the ground by several high-grade magical beasts, unable to move at all. At this time, Nan Xiaonan whistled and praised in her heart. This demonic diagram is really a sneaky treasure. There are 72 high-level demons, and each of them has a different ability. Moreover, they are very practical. At this time, she walked to the front of the masked man, squatted down, and reached out to take off the mask, saying with a smile, "I have a bad habit, that is, when I see someone wearing a mask, I want to take it off. I have nowhere to put my hands." The masked man just struggled for a few times, and the mask on his face was directly taken off by Nan Xiaonan. Under the moonlight and the lights in the room, a slightly pale but handsome face was immediately exposed to Nan Xiaonan's sight. Nan Xiaonan blinked at this time. "Oh, not bad, unexpectedly young?" The man was stunned at first, then frowned, as if he was thinking about life, and did not speak. Nan Xiaonan reached out and pinched his cheeks. "Yo, you're full of collagen. You look really young. It's a pity that you're a thief. It's your bad luck to meet me." At this time, "Lady Nan, what are you doing?" "Mr. Luo." Nan Xiaonan directly stood up at this time, and excitedly walked to Boss Luo, who was still holding the ladle. "I just peeled a Zayart who is not Zayart. I didn't lie to you. I said that I would peel him when I see him. Not Zayart who is not Zayart." Boss Luo could not help but smile. Nan Xiaonan shrugged and said, "This guy is dressed like Zayart, but the soul waves are clearly two people, so it is not Zayart who is not Zayart. Well, I actually don't know who he is, but I have peeled him, that's it." "Lady, don't talk about peeling." Boss Luo shook his head, passed by her, and walked to the small courtyard. "This is the second chief of the guards division, Mr. Peace between man and nature. Let go first." The demonic diagram shook and pressed down on the man. Peace between man and nature's few, small monsters instantly disappeared. Peace between man and nature frowned at this time, and exclaimed in a low voice, "Demonic diagram. Why is it in your hands?" Cough. Before he finished speaking, peace between man and nature spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the ground. Then it was unknown whether it was because of anger or because he was originally seriously injured. After the mouthful of blood, he directly fell down. "I didn't use too much strength," Nan Xiaonan explained without hesitation. "It's this guy who looks good but is useless. What do we do now?" "Go through the usual procedures," Boss Luo said casually. Nan Xiaonan stared blankly for a moment before nodding her head. Then she quickly walked in front of Mu Tianren and squatted down. Then she reached out her hand and began to touch his body. "What are you doing?" Boss Luo opened his mouth. Nan Xiaonan looked up. "The usual procedures. Isn't it to pick up a corpse?" Boss Luo shook his head. "Send him in." Chapter 1852. It was Nan Xiaonan's idea to splash peace between man and nature with water, but it didn't work. When peace between man and nature woke up, it was already dawn. It was a little cold in Locke's weapon shop. Peace between man and nature felt the wetness on his body. He frowned and then found himself chained to a pillar. This was the cellar. He had been here before. This was the cellar where he found the silver mask and the sword. It was also Nan Xiaonan's idea to tie up peace between man and nature. She said it would make the atmosphere better. Boss Luo didn't care too much about it. "I didn't expect you to have an accomplice." When peace between man and nature woke up, Nan Xiaonan was here. She had been guarding here all along. She was the only one who could do this kind of thing. Luochio had just arrived. Before that, he had been staying in Max's small workshop. When it was almost dawn, Nan Xiaonan vaguely heard the sound of iron being forged, but she didn't know what this Mr. Luo was doing in the small workshop. He should be a temporary companion. Boss Luo looked at peace between man and nature, who woke up and said indifferently. Peace between man and nature didn't seem to be too worried about being tied up. At least he didn't show it. He chuckled when he heard that. "It seems like you are the kind of person who likes to be serious about small things. Is there anything different? How do you feel? Are you better?" Boss Luo directly changed the topic. better than last night. Peace between man and nature said indifferently, "Of course, if you want to save me, maybe you can make me feel better. Your temporary companion obviously didn't go easy on me. Maybe we should send you out to the streets?" Nan Xiaonan suddenly interrupted and said, "The Imperial Guards haven't had a single moment of rest all night. They've been messing around with the capital all night. They've been suppressing a bellyful of anger. If we throw you out, they'll definitely go crazy." Peace between man and nature said indifferently, "If you want to send me out, you don't have to imprison me here." Nan Xiaonan sneered, "Don't try to be tough with me here. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of tough bones like you. If I really want to throw you out, there won't be any chance for you to turn the tables on me. Don't say you don't care. If you don't care, why are you wearing a mask? It's because you don't want people to know your identity. The second chief of the Royal Guards Division is actually a criminal in the palace. TSK, I don't know how many innocent people you'll be implicated if your identity is exposed." Peace between man and nature looked at Nan Xiaonan expressionlessly unmoved. Nan Xiaonan suddenly narrowed her eyes, picked up a knife, and touched peace between man and nature's cheek. "You see, maybe among these innocent people there will be the little girl who poured tea for you in the Royal Guards Division and secretly admired you, or the uncle who ate breakfast at the stall you passed by every day before you went to work, or even your neighbor's little daughter and her pet. As a member of the Royal Guards Division, you should know better than me how serious the crime of palace assassination is." Peace between man and nature was still expressionless, but she looked at Boss Luo behind Nan Xiaonan and suddenly asked curiously, "Your companion is quite suitable to work in the Royal Guards Division. Are you interested in giving her up?" "Maybe you can talk to Lady Nan about this," Boss Luo said casually. "Lady Nan and I don't have that kind of relationship." Peace between man and nature shrugged. On the other hand, Nan Xiaonan was quite hurt, but thinking that it was so easy to become the disciple of such a powerful person, even she herself wouldn't believe it, so she felt relieved. "Should we throw him out?" At this moment, Nan Xiaonan looked at Boss Luo and asked, "When there are more people, we can hang a sign on him with some bad words about King Yamos. What do you think? I heard that this person is a student of the Sword Saint. Ask away if you have any questions." Peace between man and nature shook her head. "If there's nothing else, I have to go back to work in the Royal Guards Division." As she said that, peace between man and nature struggled with both hands, and the iron chain on his body broke instantly. He stood up, cracked his neck, and said, "If I can make it in time, maybe I can go back to my usual stall for breakfast." Nan Xiaonan was startled for a moment. This guy obviously looks like he's on the verge of death. How did he suddenly become so energetic? But Boss Luo was not surprised and asked curiously, "Why do you want to assassinate the palace?" Peace between man and nature smiled and said, "Of course it's to solve the case other than this. What other reason can there be?" "Solve the case?" Nan Xiaonan suddenly widened her eyes. Peace between man and nature said indifferently, "Haven't you heard of luring the snake out of its hole? Since someone left the mask and the sword in the cellar and let us find it, and wanted to frame you and Jillian, if the assassin did not appear again, wouldn't it be a waste of the mastermind's plan? Unfortunately," he looked at Boss Luo, "it's a pity that someone escaped at this time." The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Nan Xiaonan gently turned the scroll in her hand. Peace between man and nature said at this time, "The ones who escaped were 3 people with bad brains, a woman, a young man, and an old man. If you see them, you can tell us the Royal Guards Division, and we will send you a letter of gratitude." "There's a chance." Boss Luo nodded. Peace between man and nature raised her eyebrows and said, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "I don't know when Mr. Jillian will come back." "When it's time for him to come back, he will naturally come back." Peace between man and nature smiled casually and said, "Why? Do you think the people of the Royal Guards Division will confess under torture?" "Of course not." Boss Luo said, I believe that the master will not let this kind of thing happen in your jurisdiction. Peace between man and nature raised the corner of her mouth, did not say anything, and just jumped up from the cellar easily. Nan Xiaonan saw that Mr. Luo did not say anything, so she did not stop her. Mr. Luo, are we really going to let him go like this? She could not help but frown and ask. Otherwise, Boss Luo asked curiously, what do you think? Nan Xiaonan subconsciously said, could this guy actually have some sort of relationship with that Zayart from last night? Otherwise, they won't come here one after the other, right? Don't forget, Zayart said that he came to the weapon shop to wait for someone. Maybe he was actually waiting for peace between man and nature, but he did not expect that we would come earlier than peace between man and nature. Otherwise, 2 assassins almost appeared in this Locke's weapon shop at the same time. Isn't it too coincidental? Maybe they are still hiding some conspiracy. Lady Nan, Boss Luo smiled at this time. Do you still remember what we are going to do? What we are going to do is find the stone fragments, Nan Xiaonan simply said. Is it possible that these 2 guys have something to do with the remaining fragments? Lady Nan, you really like to search for treasures. Boss Luo laughed involuntarily and said, what I mean is, before looking for the fragments, we are supposed to participate in this game as servants. You mean? Nan Xiaonan frowned and said, knock down the last guardian? Oh, let me think about it. The guardian we are going to summon is the guardian of the kingdom of Elnis. Unless the kingdom is in a crisis, the royal family will not plan to summon the guardian. I understand what you mean. We don't have to do it ourselves. If there is someone here who wants to put the kingdom of Elnis in a crisis, we just need to give them a push. Maybe we don't even need to do anything, and we can reap the benefits. So, whether it is Zayart or the peace between man and nature, as long as they can really assassinate King Amos or Princess Carol, it will only be beneficial to us. My God, Mr. Luo, I like your insidiousness. Boss Luo did not speak, but quietly looked at Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan suddenly swallowed and said, I'm sorry I said too much. Are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water. She immediately crawled out of the cellar as if she was fleeing. Later, Boss Luo returned to the ground, but walked into Max's small workshop. The furnace was boiling, and there were recently used blacksmithing tools next to it. Of course, the person who used them was obviously not Luocio. It was impossible for him to be blacksmithing, as he had never done such a thing. At this time, Aurea, who was wearing a white dress, was holding an incomplete state of Aurora's aster in her hand. She dipped it into a bucket of silver liquid, and suddenly the mist was rolling. How is it going? Boss Luo came to Aurea's side at this time. Still need 29 special hammerings to completely remove the seal. Aurea raised the sword in her hand and said slowly. She recorded all the data of this world, at least all the data before she was forced to enter the elven homeland. At that time, Aurora's aster already existed. Luocio nodded at this time. I didn't expect to find all the required materials here. It seems that Mr. Max had planned to completely remove the seal before he died. Aurea said, the idea of removing the seal is correct, but there are 3 mistakes in the steps. Speculation. Because of the long time, Max didn't completely inherit the craftsmanship of his ancestor, Master Locke. Even some of the craftsmanship was derived from his own understanding. Okay, I know you're great. Boss Luo suddenly rubbed Aurea's head with a rare trace of affection. The white-clothed Alea merely blinked her eyes and showed no reaction. Then she walked to the front of the platform and picked up the large iron hammer that was far from her size. She began hammering on the platform again. Does this count as unscrupulous employment of child labor? While thinking about this, Boss Luo came to a corner of the workshop. There was a shelf with sundries here. Standing in front of the shelf, Luocio's finger moved over the sundries one by one. Finally, it stopped in front of a small pot. He reached for it, but didn't pick it up. He just turned the small pot. Rumble. The shelf in front of him made a grinding sound and then moved away little by little. At the same time, an entrance to the underground passage was exposed on the floor. There were stairs to go down. He looked at the entrance and suddenly said, "I'll go down and have a look. If Lady Nan comes, please deal with her. Also, be careful to hide yourself." "Understood." It turned out that if they were deprived of their power, they were not much different from ordinary people, the trio in the castle. Dr. Gores and the others found that in this king city where professionals from all over the world mingled, they couldn't even do something as simple as sneaking in from the back alley of a restaurant. In the end, they were reduced to bullying the kitchens of ordinary families. They had never been so aggrieved. They were still shackled by the guards, which made it very inconvenient for them to move. Now they had to hide from place to place. Dr. Gores, who was squatting on the ground and digging for a cornstalk left by an ordinary family, felt quite sad at this moment. "Maybe it's better for us to stay in the prison of the guards division." "What are you talking about?" The servant girl shook her head. At this moment, Sneeve took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen. It seemed that he was going to use the kitchen knife to cut the special shackles of the guards division. Gores saw this and couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen this kind of shackles before. After all, he was a frequent visitor to the world of chessboard. He had heard of this kind of special tool that could restrict the ability of professionals, even if he hadn't seen it before. If this thing could be cut open with a kitchen knife found in an ordinary family's kitchen, the prison of the guards division wouldn't be overcrowded all the time. As for the original professionals in this world, they wouldn't change their countenance when they heard about the guards division of King City, right? "Sneeve, can't you stop for a while?" Snakel did not bother about him. He picked up the kitchen knife and directly chopped down on the shackles on his feet. Dr. Jurls shook his head. "This fellow you really don't die. F***CK?" Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal was still vibrating in the air. However, the kitchen knife in Mr. Sneeve's hand had directly cut into the floor. Before that, the kitchen knife really cut open the special shackles directly. Perhaps it was due to the shock of this result. Mr. Snakel's jaw dropped as he stared in bewilderment. Suddenly, Dr. Gores directly quivered and quickly crawled to Sneeve's side. He took the kitchen knife from his hand and cut between Tina's legs without saying a word. The shackles were cut open. F***CK. Dr. Gores repeatedly cursed. Every time he cursed, he cut out a knife. After a few times, the special shackles on the 3 people in the castle had been cut open one after another. The feeling of regaining professional power was so unreal that the 3 people were in a daze and couldn't say anything.